Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to a new video. Before we begin today's chapter, I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, it would help me a lot if you left a comment with your opinion, as that motivates me to keep bringing you more stories. Now then, get comfortable and I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Chapter 1 Banishment. Naruto was having a terrible day so far. First, he had arrived back to the Leaf Village only to find out he was banished. Secondly, he found out that since Tsunade was not sworn in yet, she couldn't help him out in any way. Thirdly, he found out that he had to leave the village by midnight. Tonight. "I just can't believe this," shouted Naruto in frustration. Naruto, around the age of 15, was walking down the street in a rage, glaring at the path in front of him. He had blonde spiky hair, deep blue eyes, and 3 whisker-like marks on each of his cheeks. He wore an orange jumpsuit and was about 1.5 meters in height with a small build. "I do nothing but give my all for this village, and what does it do? Throw it in my face and kick me out. Guess it's a good thing I'm leaving. I might finally be able to get some respect," thought Naruto, as he arrived at his lopsided and run-down apartment complex, which only he inhabited. Naruto let himself in, closing the door behind him, before slumping down onto his frayed brown couch. Naruto sat there thinking about what he was going to do, before he heard a knock at his door. **Ugh**, who is it?" groaned Naruto. "It's Kakashi," replied a voice. **Sigh**, come in. The door is open," said Naruto despondently. A man wearing a mask and a leaf forehead protector covering his left eye, who was garbed in the standard leaf shinobi outfit, along with iron-plated gloves, entered the dwelling. "Hey Naruto, how are you holding up?" asked Kakashi, aloof as ever. "How do you think?" responded Naruto bitterly. Kakashi, for his part, allowed some of his sadness to show, indicated by his small sigh. "Sensei, if you could only see what they are doing to your son, you would turn over in your grave," thought Kakashi. "Cheer up, Naruto, you might be getting banished, but I've got something here that might raise your spirits," said Kakashi, as he pulled out 3 small pieces of paper. "Paper? Wow," said Naruto sarcastically. "No, not just paper, chakra paper," said Kakashi with an eye smile. "What does it do?" asked Naruto, mildly interested as noted by him sitting up a bit straighter. "Well, you know how Sasuke can use fire jutsu and I can use lightning, well, among other things?" questioned Kakashi. "Yeah," replied Naruto. "Well, this will let me know what your affinity is. After all, I was going to train you all in your affinities soon, but, well, with your banishment, this can no longer happen," said Kakashi with a sheepish chuckle. "Gee, thanks," replied Naruto sourly. "So I figured as a going-away present, I would test your affinity and give you a jutsu for that affinity, so you have at least some guidance concerning elemental jutsu before you leave," said Kakashi, causing Naruto to brighten up. "Really? Thanks a lot, Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto happily, as he grabbed a piece of paper. "Now all you have to do is pump some chakra into it and it will reveal your affinity, although if you are lucky, you might have 2, said Kakashi. Naruto concentrated and focused his chakra into the paper, at which point, it split into 6 pieces. 1 crumbled, 1 became soaked, and another burnt up in a flame. Although that surprised Kakashi, the next few shocked him. 1 turned into lava and hardened, 1 dissolved out of existence, and the last piece turned into ice. "So how was that, Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto curiously. Naruto, you wouldn't mind doing that again, would you?" asked Kakashi, as he held out another piece of the chakra paper. Naruto just shrugged and did it again, getting the same result as before. "Well?" asked Naruto. Kakashi snapped out of his stupor and looked at Naruto. "Well, it would seem as though you possess 4 out of the 5 basic affinities and have 3 advanced nature bloodlines, lava release, boil release, and ice release," said Kakashi in mild awe. "Wow, I'm so awesome," said Naruto. "For once, I agree with you, Naruto, those natures are all very impressive. With some training, you could become a real powerhouse," said Kakashi. At this, Naruto's excitement deflated a little. "But, if I'm being banished, who will train me?" asked Naruto in sadness. Well, I did say I would give you a jutsu for your affinities, although for the lava, ice and boil release, you will probably have to go to the mist to find someone to train you, said Kakashi. Alright, thanks a lot, said Naruto. Oh, and Naruto, take care of yourself. I know I didn't teach you much, but I do know that you have the guts to never give up and that will take you far, said Kakashi with an eye smile, before he used a body flicker and left Naruto to pack. Line break. Naruto was packed up and ready to leave. He had a small backpack on his back and a few scrolls attached to his pants. As he walked down the street, he remembered all the pranks he had pulled. As he passed his favorite ramen stand, he started to feel depressed knowing that he will never get to eat there again. Oh well, nothing I can do now. I'm just going to have to do my best to become the strongest, thought Naruto as he approached the gate. As he arrived, he saw there were 5 figures waiting for him. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi and Irika had all come to wish him well. Jiraiya stepped forward first and gave Naruto 3 scrolls and a book. Naruto, those scrolls contain all I know about sealing techniques as well as letter from your parents and I assume some of their skills which made them famous. I was going to tell you about them when you reach Jounin as I am your godfather, but now that you are banished, well, I guess at least now you can learn about your family, said Jiraiya solemnly. Naruto was slightly upset, yet also happy that he found out that Jiraiya was his godfather. He understood that he had lots of important duties as a Sannin and a spymaster and therefore couldn't have been there for him when he was a child. Naruto hugged him and said, "Thanks, godfather." Jiraiya hugged him back before letting go. Also, that book I gave you was my first ever written. Both your parents seemed to like it as they named you after the hero, said Jiraiya. Naruto's eyes glistened with tears as he was overcome with emotion, but he didn't let a single tear fall. He nodded, as Jiraiya stepped back, and Tsunade came forward. Tsunade knelt down to Naruto's level and gave him a deep hug. I know that this village banishing you isn't fair, but all this means is that you have to become a great shinobi to show them what they missed out on. Okay? Said Tsunade as she stood back up. Don't worry. I'll make sure that this village will never forget that they lost Naruto Uzumaki, said Naruto with fire in his eyes. As Tsunade stepped back, Shizune came forward and hugged Naruto as well, and gave him a small medical kit. Irika then came forward and hugged Naruto as well. Naruto, make sure you take care of yourself, okay? Said Irika. Naruto nodded and smiled. Lastly, Kakashi came forward with 4 scrolls. Well, I did say I would give you a jutsu for each of your affinities, but understandably, I have no lava, ice, or boil jutsus. Instead, I've got a wind, fire, water, and earth technique for you. Wind style, great breakthrough. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Water style, water wall and earth style, hidden mole jutsu. The first 2 are offensive, and if you combine them together with your clones, will be very hard to stop. The other 2 are for defensive purposes, said Kakashi as he handed them over. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. Naruto put the scrolls in his backpack and with a final wave, walked towards the gate and out of the village. There goes the truest inheritor of the will of fire, said Irika. You're right, and this village can't even see it, stupid fools, said Jiraiya before he walked away. Line break. In an underground base. Line break. Well, Lord Danzo, when shall we make our move on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Asked a masked individual wearing what appeared to be the standard ANBU uniform. The only difference was the mask was plain white, with no decorations or symbols. Soon. First we must let it get a decent distance away from the leaf, so as to not draw suspicion to ourselves or the Jinchuriki, said Danzo. Danzo appeared to be a frail old man. He had black, shaggy hair, and his right eye was bandaged. Danzo also had an X-shaped scar on his chin. He wore a white shirt with a black robe over the top of it covering his feet to just over his right shoulder. Despite his decrepit appearance, Danzo was anything but weak, having orchestrated Naruto's expulsion from the village with ease, and it was almost time for him to strike. Line break. Naruto had trudged through almost a kilometer of grassland before he decided to take a break. He sat down and pulled out a scroll which had the word "Father" written on it. Naruto tried to open the scroll, but it wouldn't budge. "What the hell, pervy sage?" shouted Naruto in anger, which quickly turned to a wince when he cut his hand on a low-hanging tree branch. Naruto cradled his hand as a drop of blood fell onto the scroll. Fortunately, as he was angry, he was subconsciously channeling chakra, so it opened. Guess I need to use my blood to open these scrolls, thought Naruto as he started reading. Dear Naruto, Naruto, I am your father, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. First off, I am truly sorry for sealing the fox inside you. I can only hope the village sees you as the hero I wanted you to be seen as. However, I am also the Hokage and not entirely naive. If you were treated badly, I am sorry and only hope you don't blame the villagers. They are ignorant and fearful and unable to understand anything as complex as sealing. In fact, your mother is the only reason I became any good at sealing, but I digress. I have left you the notes for my Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. I hope that Jiraiya has taught you the Rasengan by now. My ultimate goal was to merge an element with it, so now I leave that task up to you, son. Know that no matter what, I will always be proud of you. Even if you decide to turn on the leaf, I won't blame you. Although as Hokage I would be against it, as your father I would understand. Sincerely, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Naruto was quite surprised his father was the 4th Hokage, but honestly, it made a lot of sense to Naruto, as why would a random child be trusted with such great power? He then quickly searched for the other scroll which had the word mother written on it. He then bit his thumb and swiped it over the word mother and pushed chakra into the scroll with his bloody hand, causing it to open. Dear Naruto. Hey son, it's your mum. Oh wait, you probably got that from the scroll. Anyway, my name is Kushina Uzumaki. I hope you didn't suffer too much in your life because unlike your father, I know people won't accept you and will fear you, seeing as how I was the second host of the Fox and saw how the few who knew and weren't my friends acted towards me. If you turn against the village, I won't blame you. They probably deserved it. Anyway, I left you some of my unique Uzumaki sealing techniques that both your father and Jiraiya would die to have. I have also entrusted you with all of my sealing knowledge, being the last of the Uzumaki clan. Sorry that you were stuck with such a burden, and even if your father is an idiot, I hope in time you can come to forgive us. Love, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto was crying slightly as he now knew who his parents were and that they loved him. Naruto saw it was getting late and decided to camp there for the night. He then pulled out the 4 scrolls Kakashi gave him and made 3 clones. He handed them the fire, water, and earth scrolls and took the wind scroll himself. Okay, you guys read through this and tell me what it says to do when you're done, ordered Naruto. You got it, boss, said the 3 in unison. After an hour of reading, all had finished reading their respective scrolls. Okay, give me the basics of it, said Naruto. The one who read the water scroll went to speak before the one who read the fire one interrupted. Well, it says here you have to do a special exercise to be able to mold fire-natured chakra, said the clone. I was also going to say that about water-natured chakra before I was cut off, said the other clone, as it glared at the clone which had just spoken. Naruto just watched as 2 of his clones glared at the other before the clone which read the earth scroll pushed them both. Both fell forward, jabbing themselves into a low-hanging tree branch and dispelled, causing the clone and the original Naruto to stagger from an information overload. Whoa! Did you just feel all that? Asked the last clone. Yeah, dispel yourself, ordered the original. The clone dispelled and Naruto was hit with another burst of information. Naruto then gave a face-splitting grin and used his signature jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu, said Naruto as 400 clones appeared. Half the clones grabbed a leaf for each of them. 100 tried to split them while the other 100 tried to burn them. The other set of clones also split up into 2 groups, with one group trying to meld with the earth while the others each tried to make the water rise up from a lake nearby. The original Naruto started to do a series of push-ups and squats to improve his physical strength. Line break. 3 hours later. Line break. Most of the clones had dispelled, having made little to no progress as of yet. Naruto himself was almost unconscious due to the intense physical and mental strain he had placed on himself. Asterisk huff asterisk well pant I guess huff I'm done. For now, said Naruto as he passed out. Line break. The next day. Line break. Naruto woke up refreshed and ready to go, but therein lay the problem. Ah man, I don't know where the village hidden in the mist is, said Naruto. He decided that since he knew where Wave was, he would go there for now and hopefully get instructions from there. He was passing the place where his team had met Zabuza for the first time, when two ANBU with plain white masks dropped down in front of him. Naruto Uzumaki, you are to come with us, said one of the ANBU. Wait a minute, I got banished, which means the leaf doesn't want me. What are you trying to pull? Asked Naruto with narrowed eyes. The ANBU, instead of answering quickly, made hand signs before calling his jutsu. Water style, water whip jutsu. A thin piece of water extended from the ANBU's hand which he then flicked, which caused the whip to lunge at Naruto. Naruto jumped back and made his signature hand sign, causing 12 clones to appear. 8 rushed the ANBU, 4 for each of them. The 4 who stayed back started to make a Rasengan but found that with 3 clones making 1 Rasengan, with the 4th maintaining its shape, it came out almost twice as big. All 4 charged at one of the ANBU and slammed the big Rasengan into him. Giant Rasengan! Shouted the 4 clones, as the ANBU was plowed into the ground and killed almost instantly. The rest of the clones converged on the last remaining ANBU and attacked. 5 kicked him up into the air while saying Naruto. 2 clones then jumped up and formed a Rasengan which they slammed into the airborne ANBU while shouting Rasengan Slam, which destroyed the ANBU. As the dust cleared, a smashed log was revealed. Crap, said the original as all his clones were incinerated in a ball of fire. The ANBU then charged at Naruto, drawing a tipless Tanto. Naruto pulled out a kunai which he pushed against the slash of the Tanto, but found he was being overpowered. Naruto then jumped back and summoned 1 clone to his side, who he had throw him to the side. The ABNU slashed the clone causing it to dispel. Crap, I don't have that many techniques to use against this guy aside from those he has already seen, thought Naruto in a panic. Naruto quickly did a few hand signs he saw in his fire and coincidentally, the earth scroll hoping for the best. Fire style, fireball jutsu, called Naruto. The ANBU having heard this made a wall of water but, what neither expected, was for a blob of lava to be launched instead of fire. The molten rock easily broke through the water due to its insane temperature and slammed into the ANBU, burning a hole through his torso where his lungs would have been, killing him instantly. Naruto breathed heavily at having to use such a powerful jutsu, and then threw up, knowing he had just killed 2 people quite gruesomely. Line break. Naruto journeyed on, barely able to stay awake until he arrived at Tazuna's house. He knocked on the door and waited before Tsunami opened the door. Knowing he would be relatively safe for now, Naruto passed out on Tsunami, who quickly called for Inari and Tazuna. Line break. Lord Danzo, it seems as though the Kyuubi Jinchuriki evaded capture, said the same figure which had reported to Danzo last time. Danzo frowned slightly before closing his eyes. Send out for this time, we must capture it before it gets too far away, said Danzo. The figure bowed, before leaving to fulfill Danzo's command. Soon I shall have all I need to become Hokage and protect the leaf, thought Danzo as he closed his eyes. Chapter 2: Naruto's Growth. Naruto awoke to find himself in the same room his sensei had been placed in previously during their mission to the Land of Waves. The memory of what Naruto had done before his dash to Wave caught up with him, causing him to feel sickened and ashamed. Naruto sat up and ran his hands through his head. I killed them. I really killed them. Brutally at that, thought Naruto, as his grip on his hair tightened. Naruto could not accept that because of him 2 people were now dead. Does this mean that I really am a monster? Wondered Naruto in trepidation. He was interrupted from his musings by the sound of footsteps. Tazuna looked no different than the last time Naruto saw him, aside from the fact that his face held a worried frown. How are you feeling, kid? Asked Tazuna. Honestly, like a murderer, said Naruto, as he gripped the thin sheet sprawled around his legs instead of his hair. Tazuna frowned at the response, but Naruto, who was staring down at his sheet, missed it completely. "I don't see a murderer," said Tazuna, prompting Naruto to raise his head slightly. "You also didn't see the lifeless body of a person who you just killed, laying there on the floor, spilling blood out of a massive open chest cavity," replied Naruto in a haunted tone. Tazuna grimaced at such a gruesome and vivid picture, but knew that if he didn't snap Naruto out of his depression now, he may take his own life if someone didn't help him, as the ninja was highly unpredictable. "Look, kid, I've been around for many years now and I've seen and heard a lot," said Tazuna in a slightly reflective tone, which prompted Naruto to look him in the face. "People kill and people get killed, it is a way of life," said Tazuna solemnly. Naruto seemed to be on the verge of crawling inside himself, so Tazuna quickened his words, so as to be able to reach Naruto before he became a shell of a person. "The point I'm trying to make is that these things will happen, but they don't make you any less human," said Tazuna. Naruto looked at him with a glazed look before speaking. "Have you ever killed someone?" Naruto asked. "No, but many have. They didn't become shells of their former selves, such as your sensei, or did you forget about that?" replied Tazuna. Truthfully, Naruto had forgotten. Not just about that though, Naruto forgot one very important thing: he was a ninja. He knew ninja killed and faced the danger of being killed, but the bad memories of his past caused him to forget that piece of information. But how do I move past this? Forget about the lives I have taken?" asked Naruto, seeking guidance through Tazuna. Tazuna sighed before taking off his glasses and wiping the lenses on the scarf around his neck. He breathed in slightly, before putting them back on and leveling a stern expression at Naruto. "To be honest, I don't know," said Tazuna, which caused Naruto to clench the sheet again. "However, I do know that you need to find a way to cope with it. While I never killed anyone, to cope with the oppression of Gato and death of my son-in-law and of my grandson's innocence, I drink," said Tazuna, somewhat upset. Naruto absorbed this piece of information, and with it came many revelations. Tsunade's drinking, Jiraiya's peeping, Kakashi and his porn, Asuma's smoking, Sasuke's obsession with revenge. Actually, that last one probably didn't apply, as Sasuke was like that before killing anyone. Naruto looked up and realized he had been thinking for a while now, while Tazuna has simply waited for a reaction. "Thanks, Tazuna," said Naruto with a small yet genuine smile. "So brat, you never said what you were doing here," stated Tazuna. "Hehe. Guess you're right," said Naruto, as he scratched his head sheepishly. "Well?" asked Tazuna with a raised eyebrow. Whatever Tazuna was expecting, he certainly didn't expect what Naruto was going to say next. "Oh, I got banished," said Naruto sadly. What?" shouted Tazuna in shock and surprise. "Yeah, I was heading to the village hidden in the mist before I was attacked. Only thing was, when I was walking, I realized that I had no idea where mist is," said Naruto. "Well, I could give you a map of the area. It shows Wave and the neighboring villages around it, including the general location of Mist, which is in the Land of Water," said Tazuna. "Really? That would be awesome," said Naruto in elation. Tazuna smiled. "Glad to have you back, kid," thought Tazuna before he left Naruto to pack. Line break. Naruto had packed up his things, making sure he had everything with him from the leaf, as well as some vegetable sushi that Tsunami had made for him quickly and the map Tazuna had given him. Naruto was heading west to the edge of Wave through a forest which had barely any light getting through the canopy, as the trees were so clustered together. Since he didn't have a lot of money with him and didn't want to borrow from Tazuna after his abrupt visit, he decided to run across the water from Wave to the Land of Water. He figured that, with his insane reserves, he could make it. "Wow," said Naruto in awe, as emerged at a clearing. He looked upon a vast ocean glittering in the sunlight. There was not a lot of separation between the forest and the ocean, only having 1 meter of sand between them. Naruto sat down and quickly pulled out 2 vegetable sushi, which he ate at a sedate pace, while admiring the beauty of nature. As he finished them, he stood up and dusted his hands, letting the crumbs fall to the ground. He tightened his backpack and made sure all his scrolls were firmly affixed to his waist. "Well, here goes," thought Naruto as he started channeling chakra to his feet. He took a step onto the water, before looking behind him. Guess I won't be seeing land for a while, thought Naruto, before he turned around and started running on the water towards the land of water. Line break. Naruto ran for hours until the majesty of nature he observed before his run became an endless expanse of blue nothingness. Ugh, how far is it? Thought Naruto in boredom. Through his boredom, however, he never noticed the 3-meter wave approaching him from the left until it was right above him. Ah, foolish, Naruto started to say, before the wave hit him and knocked him out. Line break. It could have been seconds or even days, as Naruto had no idea how long he was knocked out for. All he knew when he woke up was that he reached land. Woohoo, land! Exclaimed Naruto, as he stood up and pumped his fist. Naruto started to run forward, believing he had arrived at the land of water, but slowly realized something. Wait a minute, if this is the land of water, why is everything in ruins? Said Naruto aloud. In fact, ruins was putting it mildly. What remained of the buildings was cracked and broken, with most having been leveled to their very foundations. Not a single tree of the few present were standing, and many of the boulders around were smashed with deep gouges in them. Man, it looks like a war zone here, said Naruto as he walked through the destruction. The further in Naruto walked, the worse the scenery looked until he arrived at a completely barren area with deep gouges going through the ground. Unbeknownst to Naruto, had he looked at the ground from a higher vantage point, he would have seen the very same symbol on his back gouged into the ground. Well, might as well eat something, said Naruto as he sat down. He pulled out an apple from his bag and a kunai from the pouch on his leg and started peeling the apple. He ate his first apple and then pulled out another as he wasn't full yet. As he peeled the second apple, he accidentally cut his thumb. Well, that's irritating, said Naruto, as he looked at his thumb and noticed the cut wasn't deep but was long, going from the tip of his thumb to the base of it. Naruto flicked his hand to get rid of the blood while some landed on a gouge in the land. Naruto stood up and shouldered his backpack, while quickly devouring the apple. Well, I guess I should dash dot, began Naruto before he felt dizzy and disoriented for a minute. Go, finished Naruto, as he blinked in confusion. Instead of seeing the barren wasteland he had just been sitting on, he now stood in front of a broken steel gate. The gate encircled what Naruto found reminiscent of the village hidden in the leaves. The buildings looked abandoned but seemed to be in relatively good shape. Naruto walked past the gate and around the buildings. For some reason, he felt drawn to the central building, which reminded him of the Hokage Tower. The front door of the tower was made from silver and had 2 red whirlpools carved into where doorknobs would have normally been. Wonder if this works the same way as the scrolls I got, said Naruto, as he bit his thumb and wiped it across both swirls, while pushing chakra through his thumb. The door opened inwards, allowing Naruto to see that the inside of the tower was relatively untouched. The wooden floor was painted a dark orange in color, the walls were red, and the ceiling was bright yellow. There was a small desk in the center of the room with a small lamp on it and 2 staircases on the side behind it, one to the left and one to the right. Naruto walked up the staircase to the right and passed 3 levels, before reaching the top of the tower. He saw a swirl on the center of the only door on the 4th level. Naruto once again bit his thumb and swiped it across the swirl while channeling chakra. The door opened and Naruto walked in. As he took his first step in, he felt a shiver run through his spine. He then instinctually jumped forward as a golem dropped down right where he had been standing previously. The golem was rather simple, with a circular torso and head, with a single eye in the middle of its forehead, 2 arms, and 2 legs which were left uncovered. In its right hand it held a sword, and in its left a scroll. Naruto stared at the golem and the golem stared back at him, before putting the scroll it was holding down in front of it. Naruto cautiously approached the scroll and grasped it. He unfurled it and looked at it. The golem then shattered and turned into dust. That was weird, thought Naruto as he started to read the scroll. The only thing in the scroll was a map of the room with a wall circled. Naruto walked over to the wall where the circled section should have been, and saw a bookcase. He stood next to the bookcase and slowly pushed it away. After he moved the bookcase out of the way, he saw a swirl on the wall. By now, he knew exactly what to do and bit his thumb to draw blood once again. Man, I'm going to lose so much blood if this is the only way to get around, thought Naruto as he swiped his hand across the wall. The wall rose and revealed a small space large enough to hold a small child. Inside the space was a rather long scroll. It was about as thick as the heaven scroll he had in the Chunin exams but was almost 2 meters long. Naruto carefully removed it before opening it up on the floor. It looked like the scroll Jiraiya had Naruto signed to summon the toads. Naruto followed the same procedure he did last time, but unlike last time, after he signed his name, he felt his legs burn before he closed his eyes and screamed in pain. Line break. When Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself on a largely uninhabited island, which was surrounded by mountains. At the center of the area was a small bubbling pit reaching almost 10 meters in diameter. Naruto had no idea what happened to him and wandered closer to the pit, hoping to get some clue as to where he was. As he approached the pit, he saw that it was shining with all the colors of the rainbow at random. "Wow, that's so cool," said Naruto in awe. As he finished speaking, a snout broke the surface of the water. Naruto jumped back and drew a kunai. The snout was followed by an eye, then a head, before the body of a dragon burst from the pit. The scales and eyes of the dragon glittered in a rainbow of colors. It had 2 spines on the back of its head which were a meter in length. It possessed smaller scales down its back and head while its tail had none. Its tail was 4 meters in length, which combined with the 6 meters of its body gave the 10-meter dragon a rather imposing presence. Its underbelly didn't show as many colors as the rest of its body and seemed to resemble the daytime sky, as it was a pale blue, with white and yellow flecks running through it. Its eyes were slitted, and its 30-centimeter white teeth were shining brightly, which eerily reminded Naruto of Lee. The dragon came forward, flapping his wings, which allowed Naruto to see its wingspan was 5 meters wide with a meter-length spine on the top of each wing. Naruto backed up while the dragon came forward and landed in front of Naruto, before looked at him with a piercing gaze. "Child, do you know where you are?" inquired the dragon in a deep baritone. Naruto was startled that it spoke and dropped his kunai in surprise. "Well, no," said Naruto abashed. "Well, you are in the summoning realm of the dragons. Based on your lack of knowledge of where you are, I assume the Uzumaki clan is gone," said the dragon. "Yeah, I can't be sure, but I think I am the last one as I have never seen another Uzumaki before," said Naruto. The dragon closed its eyes in what Naruto perceived to be thought. After some time, the dragon came up with an idea and brought its tail forward before touching Naruto's forehead. Naruto was instantly bombarded with memories which were not his own. Naruto saw some red-headed people riding on dragons while making rapid brushstrokes on paper. He saw different colored dragons, some being emerald in color, while others sparkled like diamonds. He saw many other memories, some of red-headed people using strange weapons, while others used a wide variety of jutsus, some similar to the lava ball he used against the Anbu, ice spears similar to the ones Haku could use, while others used a mist which literally dissolved the flesh and bones of invaders. "Whoa," said Naruto, as the dragon removed his tail from Naruto's head. "Yes, whoa indeed. What you just saw were the deeds of your ancestors and my fellow dragon brethren. You will notice that not all looked as I do, as there are 7 distinct types of dragons. Dragons such as me are capable of utilizing wind and ice techniques. Other dragons can use other techniques, but I believe they should tell you about their techniques themselves," said the dragon as Naruto recovered. "Oh, by the way, my name is Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto as he stuck his hand out to shake. "Aparu," said the dragon as it brought forward an appendage, with 4 claws jutting over what appeared to be fingers, to shake Naruto's hand, easily dwarfing it. "So can you teach me about how to use wind and ice techniques?" asked Naruto. Aparu nodded, before motioning Naruto towards the lake. "To start with, you need to freeze that lake for ice and split it for wind. Best you get started now," said Aparu. Naruto walked over to the lake and made his signature hand sign, causing 50 clones to appear. "Let's do it," said Naruto before he and his clones proceeded to try and freeze and split the lake. He has lots of potential," thought Aparu as he watched Naruto. Line break. 3 months later in the Leaf Village. Line break. What do you mean you don't know where he is? Shouted Tsunade at Jiraiya, who was looking at her solemnly from his seat on the windowsill. Exactly what it sounds like, Tsunade. After leaving Wave, neither my spies nor I have spotted him anywhere. It is almost as if he vanished into thin air, said Jiraiya, truly perplexed. Tsunade sighed, before crossing her hands in front of her face and placing her chin on them. All right, Jiraiya, as much as it pains me, forget about Naruto for now. However, as soon as he resurfaces, I want to be the first to know, said Tsunade, clearly upset. Jiraiya nodded and left. Line break. So Kakashi, what are we going to do today? Asked Sasuke. Sasuke was wearing the same clothes he wore for the Chunin exams, minus the black strap that used to lie around his left hand and right calf. Well, I was thinking of a ninjutsu spar without the Sharingan, said Kakashi. Kakashi had not changed at all in the 3 months Naruto had left, but if someone particularly observant looked at him, they could see he walked with a slightly defeated air about him. Sasuke got in a ready stance, while Kakashi started going through hand signs. Sasuke began making his own hand signs before launching a fireball at Kakashi, while Kakashi countered with a water dragon. I hope whatever you're doing is helping you achieve your goals, whatever they may be, Naruto, thought Kakashi, as he dodged a barrage of kunai. Line break. Lord Danzo, we still can't find a trace of the Ninetales, said a kneeling figure. Send out 4 more men, we must find it immediately, said Danzo, to which the figure nodded and disappeared. Line break. Well, Naruto, I would say you have just about mastered ice and wind manipulation. In such a short time, I may add. To gain mastery in 2 elements in 4 months is astonishing, said Apparu in praise of Naruto's learning ability. Thanks, Apparu, said Naruto. Naruto had shot up in height now, being 1.5 meters tall, 10 centimeters taller than he was 4 months ago. So does this mean I need to go find the other dragons for my training? Asked Naruto. Actually, they need to accept you first. You see, you came to me first as you have a special bond with the Opal Dragons, being born in October. For the others, though, they must decide themselves when they want to train you, replied Apparu. So what should I do now? Go back to looking for Mist? Asked Naruto. I guess. But before you go, let me give you something. Lift up your shirt, said Apparu. Naruto obliged and Apparu touched the tip of his tail over Naruto's heart. There was a small flash of light, and a tattoo of an opal dragon was seen coiled around where his heart was. If you ever need me, just swipe some blood over your heart and pump some chakra into it, and I will be there to aid you, said Apparu with what Naruto could only call a smile. Thanks, Apparu. I'll try and summon you out for some fun sometime, said Naruto, eliciting an amused snort from Apparu. Apparu then stared Naruto in his eyes and Naruto felt his legs burn again. Before he found himself back in the building he got his summoning contract from. Line break. Naruto walked back out the gate he entered from. He stopped momentarily and turned around, pulling out the map Tazuna had given him, before he quickly jotted down some lines from Wave down to an unnamed landmass which he called Hidden Whirlpool Village. Now I hope this time I actually get to the land of water, said Naruto before he started running back to the coastline. Line break. After a now successful run, Naruto finally arrived at another landmass which according to his map was the land of water. Now how am I supposed to find the village hidden in the mist? Pondered Naruto aloud. Naruto started walking down the path which he noticed was devoid of any life, plant or animal. Despite this though, there seemed to be a constant humidity in the air. I guess this is how they can use water jutsu so easily. With all this moisture though, fire jutsu must be really hard to pull off, thought Naruto. After a while, Naruto reached the end of the first island he arrived at, and water walked to the next one. This must be the main island I've been walking for hours, thought Naruto. After walking for a little longer Naruto heard some explosions in the distance, before a stray explosive kunai landed near him, causing him to jump to the left quickly to avoid losing a limb. Okay, now I'm angry, said Naruto as he jogged in the direction of where the kunai came from. He arrived on the scene of 2 mist ninja fighting each other. That's odd. Why are mist ninja fighting each other? Thought Naruto. Die, rebel, shouted a slightly insane-looking mist ninja. His entire body, excluding his face, was covered in fishnet, and he wore a dark blue cloak over this. His headband, which depicted 4 wavy lines, was wrapped around his left wrist. He had a stocky build and wild black eyes. The other ninja appeared to be a middle-aged man with a patch over his right eye. He wore a talisman in each ear with "to hear" written on them twice on each side. He also wore a striped shirt and pants with seemingly the same pattern, with a green robe over them. His blue hair was styled in a manner resembling a shark fin. Naruto silently and without any hand signs made 5 clones, having gained a degree of mastery over them during his training with Apparu. As the rebel approached a tree, Naruto and his clones jumped out and quickly tackled both ninja before giving them a chop to their necks, knocking them out. Naruto tied them both up to separate trees next to each other, so they both faced him. Line break. After a surprisingly short amount of time, both ninja woke up. The rebel sat there calmly, while the other ninja was struggling against his bindings. Naruto coughed to gain their attention. "Untie me now," shouted the mist ninja, who looked positively unhinged now. You seem to be the most rational one at the moment. Tell me, why are 2 mist ninja fighting each other?" ordered Naruto as he pointed at the blue-haired man. "Given your headband, I assume you are from the leaf," said the man. "Banished, but go on," said Naruto, eliciting a raised eyebrow from the man. "Well, there is a civil war in Mist between bloodline wielders such as myself and loyalists which think all bloodlines are a plague," said the ninja, giving a pointed look to the man next to him. "Well, that throws a wrench into my plans of getting someone to train me in boil and lava release," muttered Naruto, causing both of them to look at him incredulously. "More bloodline scum," spat the insane ninja. "Our leader possesses boil and lava release. If you release me, I may be able to convince our leader to train you if you help us out," propositioned the green-clad ninja. Naruto thought it over and figured it was a fairly reasonable offer. "Okay," said Naruto, as he threw a kunai cutting the ninja's ropes. "My name is Ao," said the green-clad ninja. "Naruto Uzumaki," nodded Naruto, prompting a raised eyebrow and a look of deep thought to encompass Ao's face. "Scum, you will all die," shouted the remaining mist ninja. "So what do we do with him?" asked Naruto. "Well, we could kill him or bring him back for interrogation to our camp," suggested Ao. "Okay," said Naruto as he put his hand out and engulfed the man in a block of ice. The man gave a strangled gasp before being frozen in ice. Ao coughed, prompting Naruto to look at him. Ao pointed at the block with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, did I forget to mention I have ice release too and have full mastery over it?" asked Naruto. Ao nodded. So I did," said Naruto, who unraveled a scroll he had just pulled out and used a basic sealing technique he learned during his training with Apparu, from his mother's letter, to cause the ninja to disappear into the scroll. He then gestured for Ao to lead the way. "Back in my day, people didn't unnecessarily flaunt their powers," thought Ao. Line break. After traversing through the misty area for an hour or so, they arrived at a clearing. "Please close your eyes for a second, Uzumaki," said Ao. Naruto obliged but kept his awareness of the environment on high alert. Ao made a few hand signs before pressing a specific area in the air near his head. As he did this, a genjutsu was released. "You can open your eyes now, Uzumaki," said Ao. Naruto obliged and looked around, seeing a new area devoid of mist and heavily entrenched with trees, with a small stream going through them in a zigzagging pattern. Ao started to walk, following the path of the stream while Naruto followed. After some time, they reached a clearing full of activity. The expanse of land was mostly sand, with a small section covered in grass. The grassy area had 10 stumps driven into the ground which were being pounded away at by 10 mist ninja. There were many ninja sharpening weapons, almost as though they were about to go to war very soon. There were also a few ninja carrying around boxes, no doubt filled with shuriken and kunai, to a tent. All wore similar clothing, including the grayish-purple mist flak jacket, dark blue sandals, dark black pants and forehead protectors, with the symbol of the Mist Village. All in all, Naruto counted about 300 ninja. Some of the ninja nodded to Ao and didn't question why he was with a stranger, leading Naruto to believe that Ao was some high up in rank. Surprising, since he was stuck fighting with one ninja who wasn't all that strong, thought Naruto. Ao and Naruto arrived at another tent than the one where the boxes were being taken. This tent was also more elegant and was a deep blue instead of the standard gray. A word of caution before you meet the leader of our rebellion. Do not mention anything remotely close to marriage or age. It won't end well, trust me, said Ao with a shiver. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but was otherwise unfazed. Ao walked into the tent while Naruto waited outside. There was a lot of muffled whispering before Ao stuck his head outside and gestured for Naruto to come in. Naruto obliged and took his first glance at the leader of the rebels. Line break. In the Leaf Village. Line break. Jiraiya was rushing to the Hokage Tower. Earlier in the day, he had been relaxing in a quaint town just outside the Leaf Village, when one of his spies had told him Naruto had been sighted near the Land of Water. Needless to say, Jiraiya quickly left the town and headed straight to Tsunade. Jiraiya scaled the tower and jumped in through the window, surprising Tsunade. Jiraiya, begun Tsunade threateningly. Naruto, was all Jiraiya said, getting Tsunade to immediately change her expression to an eager one. Jiraiya continued, seeing Tsunade was listening, has been sighted near the Land of Water. I don't know what he is doing, but I think I should go to him now. Impossible. I can't have you being too far from the leaf at such a critical time, said Tsunade. Jiraiya looked to argue, but Tsunade cut him off before he could speak. Look, until I can get his banishment reversed, there really is nothing we can do for him, said Tsunade sadly. I understand that, Tsunade, but there is a duty I must do as his godfather, said Jiraiya. Right, like you have been doing for his whole life, said Tsunade. Jiraiya was visibly hurt and took a moment to regain his bearings before speaking. That was harsh, Tsunade, said Jiraiya with a downtrodden expression. Well, I need you to face the facts. He survived without any of us, so I'm sure he can do so again. Sai, look, Jiraiya, I want to help him as well. After all, he is the only reason I came back to this village, but we need to think rationally with our heads, not our hearts, as much as it may pain us, said Tsunade sadly. Here I thought you wouldn't be a good Hokage, mumbled Jiraiya quietly, but still loud enough for Tsunade to hear. Listen, Jiraiya, I know you want to help him, but we have to look after the village for now. Wait a few more months, and then I'll see if we can afford to let you travel away from here without us being seen as weak, said Tsunade. Fine, said Jiraiya sourly, before leaving. Line break. Back with Naruto. Line break. The leader of the rebellion was a slender, busty woman. She had green eyes and ankle-length, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs were short, with one covering her right eye, and 2 were long, crossing each other on her bust, just below her chin. She wore a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that fell just below her knees. It seemed to be closed at the front with a zip and was kept open on the front right side from the waist down. The dress only covered up to the upper part of her arms and the underside of her breasts. Underneath, she wore a mesh shirt that covered more of her upper body than her dress, but stopped short of covering her shoulders and still left a sizable amount of cleavage on display. She also wore a skirt in the same color as her dress, and underneath those, mesh leggings reaching down over her knees. Around her waist, she wore a belt with a pouch attached to the back on the left, along with high-heeled sandals and shin guards, reaching up over her knees, dark blue polish on her fingers and toes, with dark blue lipstick. I may not be as perverted as Jiraiya, but I bet he would give his right arm to be able to see this epitome of beauty before me, thought Naruto. Ao gave a worried glance to Naruto and looked at the woman, while the woman smiled. What is it? Asked Naruto, cocking his head to the side, which the woman found cute. Oh, nothing, just the fact that you called me the epitome of beauty, although I do wonder how you know Jiraiya, said the woman in a melodious voice. Ah, I guess I said that out loud, said Naruto, avoiding the question about Jiraiya, receiving a nod from the woman and Ao. "My name is Mei Terumi, and you would be?" asked Mei. "Naruto Uzumaki," said Naruto, prompting a raised eyebrow from Mei as well. "I take it you and Ao are familiar with the exploits of the Uzumaki, as both of you raised an eyebrow upon hearing my name," stated Naruto. "That is correct, but how are you aware their village was destroyed, and their clan thought to be extinct long before you would have even been born?" inquired Mei. "That's my secret for now," said Naruto in a slightly cold voice, causing the tension in the room to increase. "Very well, Uzumaki, you are entitled to your secrets for now," said Mei, easing the tension. "So will you be able to train me in using boil and lava techniques?" asked Naruto, getting to why he even came to the land of water in the first place. "On one condition, you help us fight against the bloodline haters," said Mei. Naruto thought about it for a while and realized that helping out in this battle would definitely make it easier to become a mist ninja, assuming the bloodline wielders won, of course. If not, he would still get training in lava and boil techniques. "Very well, I accept," said Naruto with a nod. "Excellent. Let the training begin," said Mei with a smile that promised pain. Chapter 3: Pain. Naruto was breathing heavily. Mei's idea of training was to show him the attack by demonstrating it on him. It turned out that the jutsu he had used on the ANBU was lava-style lava globs. It seems that he was actually able to launch multiple lava globs, rather than just one like he had assumed. Mei used this to her advantage when they were just starting out, as Naruto dodged one before letting down his guard, thinking she would have to make hand signs again before launching another. Boy, had he been wrong. "Lava-style lava globs," said Mei, before launching 7 different sized blobs of lava at Naruto. "Damn it," said Naruto, before quickly sending Chakra to his feet for a burst of speed to escape. The globs struck the ground, melting it slightly before hardening, making the ground harder than before. Naruto then tried to make the same hand signs, but Mei's were quicker and thus his blue cape, which Mei had given him to wear so he could blend in, caught on fire. Naruto quickly threw it off, leaving him in only a short-sleeved blue shirt and dark navy pants. "Earth-style hidden mole jutsu," said Naruto before disappearing underground. Mei smirked before making more hand signs and jumping up, before blanketing the area in lava globs. Naruto, who was hiding underground, could only think, "Ah, crap." Naruto quickly shot out of the ground, only to get kicked in the face by Mei and sent flying shoulder first into the ground, tearing up the sleeve of his shirt. "Remember, Naruto, no jutsu except for the one we're practicing," said Mei with her signature smile. "Man, this sucks," thought Naruto as he popped his shoulder back into place. *TCH*, fine. "Lava-style lava globs," said Naruto as he launched a single ball of lava at Mei. "Not good enough," said Mei before she made the same hand signs Naruto had made, but instead of one, launched 8 balls of lava at Naruto. "Damn it," cursed the former leaf ninja, as he back-flipped to avoid the blobs. Upon impact with the ground, chunks of molten rock were launched into the air, forcing Naruto to use a substitution, lest he be struck. "No other jutsus," shouted Mei, before she launched 8 lava globs in a seemingly random direction. Naruto quickly spun in midair to avoid being melted by molten lava. "At this rate, I'll die before I master the jutsu," thought Naruto in exasperation. Naruto clenched his fist and started to run around Mei. "Alright, let's think. Overloading this jutsu with chakra isn't working, and using equal amounts of fire and earth-nature chakra is the only combination to create lava, so let's try building up the same amount of chakra and releasing it over a long period of time instead of all at once," thought Naruto as he got behind Mei. "Lava-style lava globs," said Naruto. Naruto launched a quarter of his gathered chakra while holding the rest back for an instant, sending out a head-sized blob of lava before launching half of what remained, sending out a slightly larger blob, and then lastly, launching all he still had gathered up, releasing one last blob which was about the size of his torso. "Water-style water wall," said Mei, before opening her mouth wide and launching a torrent of water, which rose about 1 meter into the air, before spreading out 2 meters wide, blocking all the blobs of lava, which sizzled on impact as they quickly cooled. About time you launched more than one blob. You're a pretty slow learner, said Mei. I hardly call being shown a jutsu by having it demonstrated on you until you can do it teaching, said Naruto as he crossed his arms. Well, in any case, it worked. Although you still need to work on it, as you should eventually be able to launch for at least. Shrugged Mei nonchalantly. The blonde simply huffed and looked away. Mei started walking and Naruto followed after a while. She led him back to their main base so they could prepare for one of their assaults. Line break. Naruto and Ao hid behind a small outcrop of rocks overlooking a camp of Yaguras. The area was largely dominated by pale beige tents. Ready, Naruto? Asked Ao. Sure, this'll be easy, said Naruto while inwardly questioning whether he would be able to do what he had to. Line break. Flashback. Line break. So Aou and Naruto will take out Yagura's most eastern camp. Any ideas, considering the camp holds about 50 men? Asked Mei. Well, I can make an indiscriminate number of clones, so I don't think numbers will be an issue, said Naruto vaguely, not wishing to divulge all his secrets. Well, Ao? Asked the brunette. I believe I could make water clones to help Naruto track down Yagura's men, as well as any prisoners, said Ao vaguely as well, not mentioning his Byakugan to a potential enemy. Line break. And flashback. Line break. Am I really going to be able to kill 50 men? Pondered the blonde. Alright, there are 10 tents, so I'll make 10 water clones. With each clone, send 5 of your clones, stated Ao sternly. Naruto quickly crossed his fingers and made 50 clones, thankful that it was dark so Ao couldn't see his hand movements. When the clones appeared, Ao's uncovered eye widened. Each clone has an equal amount of chakra. This is very different to the water clone jutsu, thought Ao, trying to remember where he had seen a similar clone jutsu. Move out, said Ao, as all the clones quickly proceeded to the tents. Now let's go scope out the perimeter to make sure no one is hiding, said Ao, to which Naruto nodded. Line break. The first group of clones came upon a tent which housed 5 ninja. They quickly proceeded to end their lives. The Naruto clones did so by using ice manipulation and froze all the water in the bodies of the soon-to-be-dead ninja, causing their internal organs to burst, killing them instantly. 5 down, whispered a Naruto clone. More to go, said the Ao clone before both types of clones dispelled. Line break. That's 5 taken care of, Naruto informed Ao, after receiving the memories of his clones. Ao nodded while inwardly thinking, he received their memories as well. Line break. The next set of clones proceeded to quickly slit the throats of the 5 in the tent before dispelling. Line break. The third group, however, had a problem. 2 are missing, said the clone of Ao, before turning into water due to being hit with a kunai to the back. Quickly, clones, said one of Naruto's clones before they charged. Water style, water wall, said one of the ninjas using the water from Ao's clone. One of Naruto's clones who had charged in an attempt to engage in taijutsu was dispelled by the wall, alerting all the others as well as the original. Alright, no more messing around. Ice style. 1,000 needles of death, said all 4 of the remaining clones, while slamming their feet on the ground, causing the water on the ground to shoot up in a manner similar to what Haku had employed. The water now floating in the air sharpened into needles, but unlike Haku's jutsu, they hardened and turned into ice. The clones all jumped back and the 2 ninja were skewered. Mistake corrected, said the main clone before they all dispelled. Line break. That's 15 now, although the third group had a problem. 2 were awake, we need to proceed more carefully, there might be more awake, said Naruto. Very well, said Ao, before he discreetly activated his hidden Byakugan. It seems there is one other ninja not in a tent, high Jounin chakra levels. Best we take out all other ninja to avoid interference, said Ao. Alright, I'll take out the ninja not in a tent. You make sure no one escapes from this camp, said Naruto. Ao hesitated for a moment, before nodding slightly. Naruto nodded, before heading off in the direction Ao was looking. Does he have a bloodline? Thought Naruto, as he quickly and quietly ran. I need to be more careful. He might catch on to my Byakugan considering he is from the leaf, thought Ao, before heading off in the opposite direction to ensure there were no survivors. Naruto slowed his run to a walk before stopping cold. About 5 meters from his position, he could just barely make out the silhouette of a person. The figure was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and dark blue pants which flared out before tightening around the ankles. The figure had a medium-sized bust indicating that the person was a female and had long dark purple hair which reached to the middle of her back. She was easily taller than Naruto and had long legs which led to a perfectly heart-shaped posterior. She had pale fair skin, no doubt a result from being in a village shrouded in mist. All in all, she was a rather beautiful woman. As Naruto approached, she opened her eyes and stared intently at him, with a pair of dark blue eyes which unnerved Naruto. As he approached, he was able to make out her face. It was rather pale and didn't have a single wrinkle. Her face was rather thin, making her cheekbones more pronounced, as well as her small nose and chin. "You hold a bloodline, don't you, scum?" she stated in a bone-chilling voice devoid of emotion. "If I do," asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "You will die," she said slowly and calmly, as though death meant nothing to her. "I won't die here, not until," started Naruto, before trailing off as he begun to think about his purpose. In the past, he only wanted to be Hokage, but now that goal seemed well beyond his reach. "Why do I live? For what purpose?" thought Naruto. Sure, the blonde had his friends, but unfortunately for him, he could count them all on 2 hands, not to mention the fact that almost all were in the Leaf Village, which he couldn't return to. "Gaara, is this how you felt?" thought Naruto in empathy, now remembering his slightly unstable friend who killed others to feel alive. The woman sensed Naruto's distraction and charged at Naruto with a roundhouse kick, making full use of her reach. Naruto blocked and used her momentum to swing her around and launch her back in the direction she charged from. "I am no longer able to protect my friends in the leaf, and I'm sure Gaara can take care of himself now that his siblings are no longer afraid of him," thought the whiskered blonde, as he dodged an elbow, before retaliating with an uppercut and super kick, launching his foe backwards. "My parents are long dead, and I haven't heard of any other Uzumaki anywhere," contemplated the former leaf ninja, as he jumped over a front sweep, before nailing his foe with a vicious axe kick, which dislocated her shoulder. "Water style, water dragon jutsu," said the woman as a 3-meter-long dragon of water charged at Naruto, who dodged to the side, before throwing 10 kunai at his foe and quickly sinking into the ground, hidden by some of the water, which had risen up into the air when the water dragon crashed near him. Naruto crept underground, moving through the ground as though it was water, until he was directly under the ninja. "Sure, I could complete the Rasengan like my father wanted me to, but why bother? What's the point?" wondered Naruto, before his hands shot out and clamped on to a set of ankles, before the person they belonged to was dragged down into the ground until only their head was visible. Naruto quickly popped out of the ground and squatted down, placing his kunai under her chin, so the tip was just under it. "Tell me, for what reason do you live?" asked Naruto in a subdued voice. "I live to be of service to my Kage and protect the world from bloodline scum like you," spat the mostly buried ninja. "I no longer have a Kage," thought Naruto wistfully. "That is enough, Naruto, we can take her back for interrogation now," said Ao, who had only recently arrived. Naruto nodded and absent-mindedly pocketed his kunai, before standing up. "Is life meaningless? Or do I have some purpose which I have not yet learnt of?" questioned Naruto, now being able to think without having to fight at the same time. Ao placed a chakra suppression tag on their captive before pulling her out of the ground and motioning for Naruto to head back to base. Naruto absent-mindedly followed, while continuing to think along the way. Line break. Naruto was sitting inside one of the larger tents which had been modeled into a bar. "Get me your strongest drink," said the blonde as he sat down on a stool. The bartender put down a small glass and poured a small amount of liquor. Naruto blinked repeatedly, before leveling a suspicious glare at the bartender, almost expecting him to laugh and reveal he had been playing a prank on him. However, when he met Naruto's gaze impassively, Naruto shrugged before downing the contents of the tiny glass. Naruto's throat burned for a second and felt slightly dizzy, before he felt the liquor being purged from his system. Naruto sighed inwardly, while cursing the fox for making it impossible for him to become intoxicated, before paying the bartender and walking out of the tent. Damn, there is nothing to do around here, complained Naruto as he walked around, noticing that aside from training or drinking, there was nothing for him to do. Wish I had another book, hell. I'd even settle for what the old perv calls literature, thought the former leaf ninja, as he continued walking. Eventually, he found himself back at the main tent, which was right next to his and opposite Mei's. Naruto hesitated for a second before deciding to visit Mei, reasoning that she didn't have much to do either. Naruto considered knocking first, but then realized it was a freaking tent, so there was nothing to knock on, so Naruto settled for simply walking in. Mei was inside and appeared to have just had a bath, if the steam in the room was any indication. Well, I guess she could be training in boil release techniques, rationalized the bored ninja. After a while, the steam faded, and Mei was revealed wrapped in a towel while using another towel to dry her long hair. Doesn't it get annoying to dry so much hair every time you have a shower? Asked Naruto tactlessly. Mei looked up suddenly, clearly not expecting any company, but after seeing it was only Naruto, resumed her previous task. Not really, I find it relaxing, replied Mei, as she moved over to her bed in the center of the tent, before sitting down on it. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, not really caring, while looking at Mei. You know, most men would be foaming at the mouth upon seeing me in nothing but a towel, Mei said offhandedly, hoping to get a reaction from Naruto. Humph whatever, replied the blonde, emulating a certain brooding Uchiha. Mei frowned slightly before speaking. That is a rather different reaction given your words from the first time you met me. Were you lying then? Asked Mei with narrowed eyes. No, I meant what I said, you do epitomize beauty, in my eyes at least, said Naruto, getting a smile from Mei. I just find it hard to care at the moment given my current dilemma, finished the blonde ninja, drawing a frown from Mei. Oh, what dilemma would that be? Asked Mei, as she finally finished drying her hair and wrapped the towel around her head, before looking for clothes to wear. Reason, will, purpose, retorted the bored ninja vaguely. Meaning, said Mei, as she gestured for Naruto to turn around while she changed. I no longer have a reason to live and thus have lost my will, as I do not have a purpose in life, said Naruto. Oh, why is that? Asked the brunette. I have been banished from my village, which contains almost all my friends, whom, coincidentally, can all be counted on my two hands, while those not a part of my former village really don't have any need for me at the moment, replied the blonde. Well, that doesn't explain why you have no reason to live or purpose, probed Mei, wanting more from the enigma behind her. I only live to be Hokage and, after some advice, to protect those precious to me as well. How can I protect those in a village which I can't enter? It would be quite difficult, wouldn't it? Replied Naruto, not really caring about withholding information anymore, due to his current state of mind. Why not find a new purpose, or new precious people? Suggested the female ninja. I never found a purpose in the first place, nor precious people. Both found their way to me through the actions of others, replied Naruto. You can turn around now, said the now blue-clad woman. So now I find myself with nothing to do. I can't even get drunk, said Naruto, with his tone becoming slightly whiny at the end. Why is that? Asked Mei, not really curious but merely trying to keep the conversation going. Naruto paused, having an internal debate as to whether he should reveal his Jinchuriki status. Certain events at birth have led to me being immune to alcohol, replied Naruto vaguely. Why do you want to get drunk anyway? Asked the brunette. It was just a whim. I hoped it would help pass the time until the next raid or training session, replied the blonde uncaringly. Mei's lips shrunk, becoming a thin line, while her eyes narrowed. Most would take advantage of any spare time and seek to better themselves rather than indulging in whims, commented the green-eyed beauty while inwardly frowning. I thought about it, but then figured, why? For what reason should I better myself? Quite frankly, after this civil war is over, I won't have anything to do. In fact, the only reason I came here was to gain a better understanding and hopefully control over my bloodlines, but that's superfluous now," stated the blue-eyed blonde using one of Apuru's favorite words. Mei was rather taken aback at Naruto's complete disregard and lack of care for anything. "Then why stay, why not leave?" asked Mei angrily. "Well, aside from the reason I just gave you, I did say I would help you against the bloodline haters if you trained me, and you have, though your methods are questionable. So even though I have no purpose, I still have my honor and I will stick to my words and see this war through to the end. Who knows, if luck is on my side, I may die in the final battle," said Naruto before Mei stood up and quickly slapped him. Naruto was surprised by the rash action and simply stared at the emerald eye which the brunette was glaring heatedly from. "How can you be so callous towards your own life? Does it mean nothing to you?" asked Mei angrily. "What is a life? To no longer have any use to anyone, to no longer have a goal, that is not a life, it is merely existence," replied the blonde with a hollow tone. Mei was quite frankly stunned and couldn't think up an opposing argument despite knowing she was very much against Naruto's view. "Speechless? Tell me, what is your purpose in life?" asked Naruto. "I wish to end the bloodshed in the village hidden in the mist and rebuild it, in order to reclaim its strength and prestige as one of the 5 great nations," said Mei passionately. "Then what?" asked Naruto, confusing Mei. "What do you mean?" asked Mei. "I mean, what will you do after you achieve your goal? At most that would only take 10 years, so what then?" asked Naruto, probing Mei, hoping to find something that could help him regain a purpose in life. Mei paused and thought about her goals after ending the war, and only one thing really came to mind: to have a family, Mei thought. Naruto waited, hoping to receive an answer, and after hearing none, sighed. "You see, you don't have anything to live for after mist is restored either, at least you have that though. Quite frankly, after this war I really have nothing left to do, so what then? Become a mercenary, why? For fame or money, why bother?" continued the blonde while shrugging his shoulders at the end. "In any case, I'll go now, since I'm sure you have better things to do," said Naruto, before he left Mei's tent for his own to sleep, leaving behind an angry and confused brunette. Line break. In the village hidden in the leaves. Line break. "What? Sasuke has left the village?" shouted Tsunade towards a despondent Sakura. "Yes, Lady Hokage, he left last night. I don't know why he would leave," said Sakura on the brink of tears. "Damn it, ANBU. Get me Shikamaru Nara immediately," ordered Tsunade, as an ANBU appeared in front of her and bowed, before vanishing. "Sakura, you can go now," said Tsunade. Sakura considered protesting, but then thought better of it and gave a slight nod before leaving. "Darn, without Naruto, I don't know if they're going to be able to get him back. Better get some outside help," thought Tsunade before taking out a scroll and writing a mission aid request for the village hidden in the sand. Line break. Naruto found himself in a sewer. "Oh great, it's that bloody fox," thought Naruto in annoyance, as he had been enjoying his sleep. Naruto begrudgingly walked until he found himself in front of Kyuubi's cage. **Oi. Fuzzy, what do you want?" shouted an irate Naruto. "Mortal, how dare you speak to me like that?" shouted the fox, coming into Naruto's view. Yeah, whatever, what do you want already?" said Naruto with a bored glance, even having the audacity to clean out his left ear with his pinky in boredom. Kyuubi growled and slammed into the cage at the blatant disrespect. "You want to become suicidal, then so be it, but do it after I'm no longer trapped inside you. You want a goal, a reason to live? Fine. The murderer of your parents is still alive," shouted the fox, before his tone became positively mocking. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked straight at Kyuubi, whose face was akin to the cat that caught the canary. "I see that piqued your interest, so here's the deal: you finish up with your stupid human war and defeat the holder of the, as you would call it, 3 tails, and I'll tell you some information about the night of your birth," said Kyuubi, while staring at Naruto. Naruto nodded. "Excellent, now leave," shouted the fox before it expelled Naruto from its domain. Line break. Well, who would have thought the fox would hold the answer to my reason for existence? Said Naruto aloud after waking up. I guess if there is no one for me to protect, vengeance against the person who killed my parents and made my life hell will suffice, for now, said Naruto darkly, before he stood up and walked out of his tent towards Maze. It was still about 6 in the morning, so the camp was relatively quiet, but there were about 10 early birds such as him who were out and about, beginning their daily routines. Along the way, Naruto couldn't help but think of an individual who shared his mentality. Heh! Never thought I would ever be able to empathize with Sasuke, thought Naruto as he walked to Mei's tent. Upon arriving, he walked straight in and sat on the empty bed, waiting for her to show up. Line break. Mei opened her eyes after having a rather troubling night. She had stayed up for almost an hour trying to think about what could be done to fix the moody blonde. Granted, he wasn't one of their ninjas, but he was a powerful asset nonetheless. After waking up, Mei quickly got up and washed her face before heading back to her bed, only to find Naruto sitting on it. Naruto, seeing her, stood up and walked until he stood about 1 meter away from her. I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and have complete mastery over the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Upon dispelling, the clones transfer everything they learnt back to the original, including jutsu knowledge. I want you to push me to my limit and teach me as much as you can as fast as you can, said Naruto in a demanding tone. Mei was taken aback at this new knowledge and slightly irked at the fact that he was demanding something from her. A moment later, however, Mei gave her sickly sweet smile before saying, "Very well, let the pain begin." Chapter 4, Darkness. As Mei had promised, Naruto's training, if it could be called that, pushed him to the physical limits of pain and broke through them. Since Mei was aware of the healing abilities of Jinchuriki through her few battles with Yagura, she was now a pain-inflicting machine, and quite possibly a sadist. Knowing that Naruto's skin would heal, she started to train him in utilizing his boil release, which unfortunately for Naruto, meant he had to build up a resistance to its acidic properties, which involved him being immersed in an acidic mist. The problem with this, though, was that it resulted in his skin peeling off quite frequently. Granted, it couldn't compare to having a demon's chakra melt off your skin, but Naruto didn't know that yet. Naruto, though, seemed to be a mix of a masochist and a rock, as all the pain he felt only made him smile slightly, with the singular thought of revenge driving him to endure everything. Whether it be cold weather or an acidic miasma, he did not care as long as he got stronger as a result. Line break. Somewhere in the land of fire. Line break. Sasuke was in immense pain comparable to his former teammate at the moment. However, unlike him, Sasuke did not enjoy it at all. Having taken a special pill from a group which called themselves the Sound Four, Sasuke's world erupted in agony, with a searing pain burning through his neck from his cursed seal, while his lungs and heart seemed to be constricting and shrinking, causing his pain to double tenfold. He was vaguely aware of one of them mentioning something about acting quick before losing him, but at that moment, Sasuke's brain erupted in agony, feeling as though a sword was being driven straight through his forehead. He was unaware that someone had picked him up and placed him in a strange box, as his heart was beating erratically. After a moment, his heart stopped beating and Sasuke collapsed. Inside the box, Sasuke was plunged into complete darkness, but somehow retained his mental faculties. Did I die? I felt my heart stop, but Sasuke trailed off at the end, before looking around. A bright spot in the darkness grabbed his attention, but it soon started to fade. Sasuke quickly ran to it, unsure of what was happening, but knew that he needed to follow the light. The light blinded him momentarily, before he found himself being held in the arms of his mother. After a quick glance, he saw that he was a baby again. He noticed his mother talking to a red-haired woman, before the scene changed again in a flash of light. Now he was watching Itachi as a young child sparring with a blonde-haired man in the arms of his mother. Even now, Sasuke could tell the man was going easy on Itachi, but Itachi wasn't making it easy for him. The scene changed again, revealing Sasuke in Itachi's arms, with an eerie silence around them. "Sasuke, no matter what, your big brother will always protect you," said Itachi firmly. The area around Sasuke suddenly went pitch black and a low hissing sound could be heard reverberating around him. "You want power, don't you, Sasuke?" said a smooth hissing voice. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, or at least he believed he did. What is going on? What was all that? Thought Sasuke in confusion. Rise, Sasuke. Come to me. I will give you power. The power you want, the power you need to get your revenge, said the same voice, before Sasuke felt himself become engulfed in purple flames. Sasuke laughed in euphoria at the feeling of power he sensed in the flames, which clung to him. Yes, this is power, shouted Sasuke manically, before waking up and snapping open his eyes, suddenly bursting out of the box he was in, heart beating once again, full of malice. Line break. Sasuke looked around and saw a badly beaten Lee and a sound ninja he had never seen before. Uncaringly, Sasuke looked around, before heading off in the direction of sound, knowing no one would be able to stop him. Line break. At the rebel base camp. Line break. Naruto was happily whistling as he walked to his tent. Quite a few of the onlookers were floored at the massive change Naruto underwent overnight from a depressed, apathetic child to a ball of happiness. One step closer, thought Naruto, as thanks to his training, he was now capable of enduring a mist of pH5. Now I find myself with a dilemma, thought Naruto, as he stopped whistling and took up a pensive expression. What to do in my free time, thought Naruto as he walked back to his tent. Upon arrival, he went in and sat on the floor at the foot of his bed, leaning his back against it. Let's see, I can't drink like Tsunade, so that is off the table. Smoking is also off the table given the massive amount of mist around here. Well, I don't have any perverted books, so Kakashi's pastime is out the window. Let's see, what else can I do? Said Naruto while leaning his chin on his right palm, while his other hand supported his right elbow. Ha, of course, pervy sage's favorite hobby. Peeping. That might be a bit difficult given where I am presently. It is highly doubtful the rebels have a hot spring around. Well, Jiraiya had free reign, so he chose to fluster all women. However, given my circumstances, that will be difficult, though not impossible, but I think there is one person I can give some special attention to, said Naruto before ending with an amused smirk. Elsewhere, the leader of the rebels gave a slight shiver of excitement. I don't know why, but I feel as though things are going to get fun soon, said Mei aloud, before gaining a seductive smirk. Line break. Outside a hot spring in Tenzaku town. Line break. I don't know why, but I have that strangest feeling that I have succeeded in turning someone to the ways of the pervert. I better keep an extra copy of my books around to give to Naruto the next time I see him, said Jiraiya aloud, before returning to his research. Line break. The next day. Line break. Naruto woke up eagerly anticipating the day, as this day would be the day Naruto put his new method of entertainment to the test. He decided to grab 2 bananas and an orange for breakfast. He peeled the orange with a kunai and walked to his usual training area while slicing off and eating pieces of it. By the time he had arrived at the damp training ground, he had already started eating his first banana. He waited patiently, knowing that Mei would be by soon. Line break. Mei woke up at her usual time of 6 sharp in the morning as always, before going through her usual morning activities. While getting ready, she pondered the new changes to her temporary solitaire. Having such a rapid change in mentality was never a good thing in Mei's experience, as it hinted at a lack of mental stability. Although I am not sure which is better, apathetic and emotionless, or apathetic and masochistic, thought Mei, as the image of Naruto smiling in the face of having his skin peeling off due to acidic burns entered her mind. Getting lost in her musings, Mei lost track of time and realized if she didn't move soon, she would be late. Sigh, so much for breakfast, said Mei with a heavy sigh, as she grabbed a ration bar disdainfully. Mei ate it as quick as possible so she wouldn't have to dwell on the taste of the almost cardboard-flavored bar. Running, she arrived at the training ground with a minute to spare. Well, you were almost late, Mei. Mind elsewhere? Asked Naruto with a teasing grin. Well, he changed again, thought Mei in confusion. Sorry about that, but I still made it on time, said Mei with her characteristic smile. True, you did here catch, said Naruto, as he threw something at Mei, which she quickly caught before looking at it. A banana? Questioned Mei in curiosity. I figured you might be hungry, said Naruto with a slight smirk, as he said hungry. Now May wasn't a fool. In her 20-so years of life, she had become a person who was quite adept at reading people's motives. So naturally, with Naruto smirking as he said the word hungry and him offering her a banana, of all possible food choices, she was naturally suspicious. In addition, her teasing nature was not a front, as she had a good idea at what Naruto was implying with both his words and actions. He is still 5 years too young to tease me, thought May smirking inwardly. Why thank you, I indeed had to skip breakfast today, said May as she peeled the banana. Naruto waited with a face of stone, while inwardly jumping with playfulness. Almost, thought Naruto as May brought the banana to her lips. She slowly slid it into her mouth to about half of its total length before Naruto formed a one-handed seal behind his back while channeling ice chakra, which caused the banana to turn to ice, shocking May at the sheer coldness while also sticking to her mouth. My May, you certainly are eager this morning, said Naruto happily. May had not expected him to freeze the banana, but his voice brought her back to her senses. She started pooling boil-release chakra in her mouth, before releasing it around the banana, causing it to literally dissolve right before Naruto's eyes. Oops, seems like it couldn't survive my mouth, said May with a smile, while closing her eyes. Damn, that was scary, but also a little hot, thought Naruto while little Naruto cringed in apprehension. All around the world little men shivered for their poor comrade. May opened her eyes to see him smirking slightly, which puzzled her, as most men would have been at least a little scared from her display. So, can we get started now? Asked Naruto in a bland tone. Certainly, prepare yourself, said May, before making the horse seal and releasing a swathe of acidic miasma from her mouth, which enveloped Naruto. Initially, it was only a slightly acidic mist, not more corrosive than acid rain, but May was slowly but steadily dropping the pH from just under 7 down to 6 and finally 5. At this stage, May looked at Naruto and was slightly surprised to see that he was completely unharmed. Lower, said Naruto in a level tone. May initially hesitated, but remembered that Naruto did need to get used to lower pH levels, so she dropped it down to 4. The now 10 times stronger acidic mist started to cause Naruto's skin to turn red in irritation from the acid. Naruto, however, released a relaxed sigh, almost as if he was enjoying it. So have you ever tried to release this type of chakra from other parts of your body than your mouth? Asked Naruto. Is he teasing me again? Thought May, but looking at Naruto's face, it only showed genuine curiosity. No, as if it isn't released properly, it can corrode through skin and bone, said May after a while. That is a shame, thought Naruto before saying lower again. As the pH level dropped to 3, Naruto's skin began to peel off, causing him to release a heavy sigh. Yes, this makes me feel alive, Naruto thought in relaxation. I wonder if this is how Gaara felt when he killed people and scattered their blood everywhere. I guess I'll have to ask him sometime, thought the morbid fox carrier. After a while, the green-eyed beauty dissipated the acidic mist, much to the Uzumaki's disappointment. That should be enough for today. At this rate, you will completely unaffected by the strongest possible acidic mist which can be produced, possibly within the next 3 days, said May in a thoughtful tone. That is really good. I can't wait. But thank goodness for resistance seals, or I would keep ruining all my clothes at this rate, said Naruto in a slightly happy tone. So it seems he can be happy but only related to training matters. Well, there was also his attempts to tease as well, I guess, thought May before getting an idea and giving a devilish smirk. So how about a spar? After all, I have yet to test the full extent of your abilities, and as a leader, I have to know the strength of my troops, suggested May in a casual manner. Sure, why not? Any restrictions? Asked Naruto, dropping into a bizarre stance with both his arms down, sticking out at the ground at a 45-degree angles, with his hands open into claws and facing back, with his left leg in front of his right, a little less than shoulder width apart, with both legs bent at the knees, with his right foot flat on the ground, while his left was propped up on the ball of his foot. May was flabbergasted at such a strange stance, but quickly recovered. No weapons, but everything else goes, said May. Naruto nodded and waited for Mei to take a stance. Well, what are you waiting for? Asked Mei. Aren't you going to take a stance? Asked Naruto in confusion, while still keeping his guard up. I already have, said Mei before melting into lava. Ah crap, thought Naruto, before a reverse roundhouse hit the back of his head, sending him to the ground. Oh my, don't tell me that is it? Taunted Mei with a smirk. Naruto spat out a bit of blood, having bitten his cheek from the surprise kick. Fine, you asked for this, said Naruto as he got back into his stance. Chakra crawled along his arms before forming a set of claws on his hands, made out of glowing blue chakra, with a slightly reddish tint. Naruto burst forward in a rush of speed and threw a clawed uppercut at Mei's face, which she avoided by back-flipping. She turned to face Naruto in midair, before shooting a massive glob of lava at him. Naruto quickly made a tiger hand sign, followed by dog, before a large wall of ice rose up, blocking the lava. Naruto quickly sunk underground and ran towards Mei, while making a clone appear behind him. The clone jumped out of the ground behind Mei, while Naruto stayed and waited. Mei made a few quick hand signs and shot 3 water bullets at the clone, dispelling it, before slamming her hands on the ground, causing the earth to split, revealing Naruto. Nice try. But did you forget I've already stopped you when you tried this before? Said Mei with a smile. Well, have you seen this before? Asked Naruto before turning away and launching wind style. Great breakthrough which propelled him at Mei, while the chakra on his hands was replaced with wind-natured chakra. 2 quick claw thrusts and Mei's right sleeve and clothing around the right side of her stomach was torn to shreds, with Mei barely dodging in time as blood dripped down her right forearm. Mei was angry, not for the reason of some kunoichi, as her clothing had been damaged. No, Mei was not a person who cared for such trivial and pointless things. She was angry because not only had she been caught off guard by such a simple trick, but by someone who was a genin while she was supposedly a Kage-level ninja. Mei's pride would not allow this. Mei made the horse seal and dropped her mist down to a pH of 1, before releasing it around the area, trapping Naruto within the 10-meter area not taken up by an acidic mist. Boil style, acid spears, said Mei while holding the horse hand sign. The acidic mist around Naruto and Mei turned into hundreds of spears before charging straight at Naruto. Damn water style, multi-water wall jutsu, said Naruto hurriedly, before 4 walls of water sprung up around him, shielding him from the spears, while he formed an ice mirror which he walked into, which spat him out 20 meters away, but unfortunately, 3 meters in the sky. Thanks for the save, Haku, mumbled Naruto, before needing a large amount of fire-natured chakra in his lungs. As the mist created from the clashing of the water walls and acid spears cleared, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. I really hope I didn't kill him, thought Mei in worry. Fire style, fireball jutsu, shouted Naruto 5 meters away in the air behind Mei, launching a fireball 5 times bigger than the average one. Mei inwardly breathed a sigh of relief before going through a large amount of hand signs at blurring speeds. Water style, water dragon jutsu, said Mei, before the mist around her formed into a massive 5-meter-long dragon. Aparu is twice as big, mumbled Naruto in thought, before creating a clone in mid-air, which begun to help him form a Rasengan, before throwing him straight at the ground, while he was obscured by the clashing of the 2 jutsu. The Uzumaki pulled the arm with the Rasengan back while outstretching his other to ensure he passed into the earth instead of having the Rasengan explode in his face. As the 2 attacks dissipated, Mei looked around and noticed Naruto wasn't around, before cursing and trying to jump away, before finding out a clone was holding her legs in place. The original Naruto burst from the ground with a loud scream of Rasengan and crushed the ball of condensed chakra into Mei's stomach, grinding against her clothing and stomach, before the clone released her legs and she was sent flying away into a tree a few meters behind her. Mei was not prepared for the impact and hit the back of her head against the tree, knocking her out. Naruto blinked owlishly, not expecting that she would get knocked unconscious by that last move. Ah geez, what the hell do I do now? Asked Naruto aloud, before giving an exasperated sigh and walking over to Mei, before slinging her bloody right forearm over his shoulder and sweeping her feet from under her, carrying her away bridal style. "Oh, see crap, I shredded most of her clothing in the last attack," whispered Naruto while trying in vain to not look at Mei's upper body, her breasts only being hidden by a small amount of mesh and a little bit of her blue dress. Crap, crap, crap. I have to get her back to her tent before someone sees this, thought Naruto in worry, with a slight blush on his face. Naruto quickly hopped away in the direction of the main camp, while stopping and hiding whenever someone was nearby. Luckily, they had been training for longer than usual thanks to the spar, and it was now almost 8 in the afternoon, so not too many people were out and about, thus allowing Naruto to get Mei back to her tent safely. He set her down on her bed and was just about to leave, when the small amount of clothing hiding Mei's breasts from the world split, revealing them for all to see. Her dark pink nipples glistening with sweat from their training while her large breasts bounced. Naruto stood there in shock for 5 seconds before realizing exactly what he was looking at, before he developed a small blush, before a large blush quickly replaced it and he was sent flying back with a bloody nose and a stupid grin. Mei then chuckled and got up from the bed, having been feigning unconsciousness for the past 2 minutes after waking up and finding herself in Naruto's arms, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to accidentally tear what remained of her clothing on her upper body. Mei walked over to him and patted his face condescendingly. "As I said, you are still too young to tease me," Mei said, before noticing a small bulge in his pants. "But I guess I'll just have to wait a bit longer until you are a challenge for me," said Mei with a slight giggle, before giving him a kiss on the cheek on his whisker marks, causing him to release a small purr. "How cute," thought Mei, before walking off to get a new mesh shirt and change her now tattered dress. Although that was quite a surprise, thought Mei as she stripped while going over their spar. He shows a good amount of mental flexibility, being able to come up with many plans in the heat of battle, even being able to surprise me twice. I highly doubt he is genin rank, and he must have surely been scorned and his potential limited by the leaf. The green-eyed brunette continued in thought, while putting on her new mesh shirt, before slipping on her blue dress. "Oh well, their loss is our gain," thought Mei, before draping Naruto's left arm over her shoulder and using a body flicker to get him back to his tent. As she attempted to set him down on his bed, something squeezed her left breast. Mei's head mechanically twitched until she was staring down at whatever had groped her and saw Naruto's left hand. Mei, seeing his stupid grin, gained another bright idea and set him down and took off his shirt and pants along with his sandals before stripping herself of her dress, high-heeled sandals and shin guards, along with her mesh top, leaving her in only her shorts and mesh leggings, which reached down to just above mid-thigh and over her knees respectively. She then got under his covers with him on his right and cuddled up against him. Mei gave a small yawn as she rested against Naruto. Thanks to Naruto's growth spurt from his training with Apparu, she was able to comfortably rest her head on his chest, as they were both more or less the same height. "This feels nice," mumbled Mei, before Naruto unknowingly pulled her closer. "Yeah, nice," said Mei before falling asleep. Line break. Naruto slowly opened his eyes the next morning and yawned. He went to stretch his arms, but found his right arm was pinned down by something. "All right, remain calm. What was the last thing that happened yesterday?" thought Naruto, before remembering he had passed out from a nosebleed. "Darn, didn't think I was a pervert, although I guess between Irika, closet pervert Ebisu, porn-reading Kakashi, and the old man, as well as the self-proclaimed super pervert Jiraiya, writer of said porn and master peeper, I was doomed to become a pervert," mumbled a disgruntled Naruto. "Wait a minute, that still doesn't explain what is pinning my right arm down," thought Naruto, before slowly turning his head to the side and seeing Mei there, curled up against his chest, sleeping peacefully. While on the outside Naruto had a face of stone. Internally, HHH, what the hell is going on? He was very surprised. Mei moved a little in her sleep and Naruto felt something amazingly soft along his bare chest. Wait a minute, bare chest? Thought Naruto in apprehension, before lifting up the cover a little and seeing that he was topless, but on top of that, Mei is topless in my bed, thought a greatly surprised and slightly worried Naruto. "Okay, now is the big moment. Check you are still wearing pants," thought Naruto calmly. He slowly reached down and felt his 2 legs. "Okay, no pants, but I still have underwear. Why did I just feel a 3rd leg?" thought Naruto, having brushed a smooth leg on his way back up. Is she naked? Thought Naruto in confusion instead of apprehension, now that the initial shock of waking up with Mei next to him had worn off. Naruto raised the covers once again and received a view of Mei's hourglass figure and thankfully shorts and mesh pants. Oh man, phew, I do not want to be a dad at the age of 15. But wow, she is absolutely perfect, thought Naruto in awe, going over Mei's figure in his mind. Now this brings up the more pressing matter. Why is she in my bed almost naked? Naruto pondered. Naruto's musings stopped when he felt his right leg and hand become enveloped by a pair of warm mesh-covered thighs. Ah, screw it, who cares? I am going to savor this, thought Naruto, before wrapping Mei's body closer to him and going back to sleep. Once Naruto had fallen asleep, Mei opened up her left eye and looked at Naruto in surprise. Well, he certainly got comfortable fast, thought Mei in amusement before hugging onto Naruto again and following his example, before going back to sleep for another hour or so, since it was only 5 in the morning. Line break. After that day, Mei tried her best to have as much contact with Naruto as possible without arousing suspicion from any other parties, doing things such as sneaking up on him and pressing her breasts on his back, or accidentally falling on Naruto during spars or free time. Naruto enjoyed the contact, but was a little confused about the rapid change in Mei. Line break. From some reason, Jiraiya suddenly cried in anguish at the feeling of someone being oblivious to a hot woman's advances. Line break. 2 weeks after the incident of Naruto knocking out Mei in their spar and somehow waking up with her the next day, another attack was planned on one of Yagura's main bases. The rebels' main base was in the south, so they planned to attack Yagura's stronghold to the south, as it would give them access to the village itself. Yagura in total only had a total of 18 bases, for in the classical north, east, west, and south directions 5 kilometers away from the village itself, for more bases in the intersection of a diagonal path with any 2 of the 4 bases 3 kilometers away from each base, each forming an isosceles triangle, and lastly, a ring made up of the other 10 bases, surrounding these bases, and forming a circle with a radius of 10 kilometers. In total, the rebels had taken out 8 of these bases, 2 on the eastern part of the ring, 1 on the western part of the circle, and the remaining 5 from the south, southeastern, and southwestern part of the ring, as well as the 2 bases which formed the isosceles triangles with the main south base. Thus, the southern side now only had 1 base left between the rebels' main camp and the village, in which Yagura resided. This is rather risky, Lady Mei. We only have a couple hundred or so troops with us, while Yagura has at least a few thousand. Furthermore, he may be on to us, given a majority of our attacks have been in the south, stated Ao. Mei nodded, deep in thought, thinking about how to go about this. True, you do make a good point, Ao. We really are being stretched thin. However, we have been successful so far, and I do believe we can be so again, but at what cost? Said Mei rhetorically. Well, I just might have an idea, although it is quite risky, chimed in Naruto, who had been sitting off to the side on a table while Mei, Ao, and a few other high-ranking jounin were discussing their plan of action. Oh, do tell, said one of the jounin apathetically. One of the jounin next to the one who had just spoken nudged him sharply with his elbow before speaking. Hey, you know, it was only thanks to him that we were able to take the western base without any casualties on our part. Well, that aside, I do have an idea, which very well may end this war within the month, said Naruto, drawing incredulous stares from all in the tent. Ridiculous. This war has been going on for 5 years and it has taken that long just to get this far, ending the war in a month. Preposterous, shouted Amuri Ringo, one of the few remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, before coughing a bit. Believe me, it by no means will be easy. Rather, it will be the most difficult battle of your life. However, given our numbers and Yagura's forces' recent movements, it is the best course of action to bring about a decisive finish, said Naruto firmly. What is this plan of yours? Asked Ao, staring at Naruto intensely. I will lead a small contingent of troops around Yagura's bases until we arrive near his northern bases. We will take the base and allow a few survivors to report back that the leader of the alliance and the last remnants of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist attacked, said Naruto, before he was cut off by incredulous shouting. Lady Mei, surely you can't be thinking of going along with this. It is a death trap, stated the same jounin who had spoken apathetically before. That is enough, Hiroshi. I thank you for your concern, but I haven't even agreed to the plan yet, said Mei, with her trademark smile, causing Ao to back off unconsciously. In any case, I never said Mei herself would carry out the attack, did I? Questioned Naruto rhetorically. Huh, replied back Hiroshi unintelligently. Naruto sighed before quickly making the signs for a transformation jutsu. Once the smoke had cleared, an exact replica of Mei was staring at them. A transformation won't fool anyone for long, criticized Ao. Ao? Shut up or I'll kill you, said Naruto, once again causing Ao to take a step back. You see, my transformation technique is special. I can only attribute it to having a being known for its transformation and shape-shifting ability inside me, but my transformations are solid, not illusions, said Naruto in Mei's voice. Incredible, said Misaki, the jounin who had nudged Hiroshi before. Furthermore, if I have chakra and do not want to be knocked out of the transformation, I can't be, said Naruto. Lastly, since I too have boil and lava-style bloodlines, I am the only one able to perfectly trick the enemy into believing I am truly Mei, said Naruto before ending the transformation. Why the need for Chojuro and Amuri? Asked Mei curiously. It is only logical the leader has some of her strongest with her. While Ao is also an option, no leader would ever take all their strongest warriors alone. Hence, Ao staying with you ensures they don't catch on to the ruse, explained Naruto. What makes you think you can take out their base all by yourself? We had to fight tooth and nail to get even this far? Asked Dame Yuri. Well, my ninjutsu prowess aside, I have the ability to literally create an army, so if you are worried about numbers, don't be, said Naruto flatly. It does sound risky, but that aside, how can you taking that base end the war? Asked Misaki. Simple, we do not have numbers on our side, as despite the fact that I could produce hundreds of clones, they have thousands of ninja, not to mention the one-hit dispersion side effect of shadow clones. Although there has been a simple plan which has worked numerous times in the past, said Naruto while pausing. Which is? Asked Ao. Oh, but a pincer, of course. Countless massive forces have been taken out by much smaller ones thanks to a pincer. So, I lead an attack from the north disguised as Mei. Yagura sends the majority of his forces north and the rest of you can pincer him from the south, blocking him off from two sides. Finished Naruto with a self-satisfied grin. Naruto walked back to the table he had previously been sitting on and proceeded to lay down on it with his eyes closed. After some discussion and deliberation among the others, they came to an agreement that Naruto's plan just might work. Alright Naruto, we will go with your suggested plan of attack, said Mei, causing Naruto to sit up quickly and head off. Cool, Amuri. You let Chojuro know and gather any reliable ninja you know, no more than 5, and tell them to be ready to head out at 4 tomorrow morning, said Naruto before leaving the tent and going to take a nap. Man, that guy is frustrating, muttered Amuri, causing the others to chuckle. Yeah, and now you get to spend around a month stuck with him and only 6 other people, laughed Mei. To think that I'm staving off my illness just to spend more time with him. Oh joy, sighed Amuri. Well, I guess it could be worse. He could have been a loudmouth brat with no skill. At least he is a decent ninja, said the swordswoman, before heading off to assemble her team. Chapter 5, The Penultimate Battle. The sun was not even close to rising and everyone in the rebel camp was still fast asleep, except for 5 people. Those who were not fortunate enough to be sleeping right now were Amuri, Chojuro, Kiri, and Ganryu, along with the reason they were all awake so early. Naruto. Alright now, before we head out, I need a basic rundown of your abilities, said Naruto quietly, not wanting to wake up anyone who wasn't directly needed for the plan, in case Yagura had spies planted in their camp. All of us are skilled swordsmen except for Kiri, who excels in medical ninjutsu and knows a few medium-level genjutsu. All of us also possess at least Chunin-level mastery over water in addition to me possessing lightning release, stated Amuri, slightly impatient. Good. In addition to my ninjutsu prowess in fire and wind, we make a rather solid team. We could use a strong earth release wielder, but with all of us having rather good water release jutsu, we should be fine defensively, said Naruto thoughtfully. Have you all been briefed on the mission parameters? asked Naruto, earning a nod from the four gathered ninja. All right then, let's move out. I will transform once we are out of sight of the base, said Naruto, earning another set of nods before the group disappeared in a burst of speed. As the group ran through the dense fog surrounding the base, they eventually came to the point where the genjutsu hiding the camp was. Naruto with a sigh closed his eyes before Kiri deactivated the barrier before Naruto was dragged across the boundary by Amuri before Kiri put the barrier back up. Okay, from this point on I am Mei, and you all need to address me as such, said Naruto before he transformed and became an identical replica of the dual bloodline holder. Move out, said Naruto in Mei's voice. After running for a bit, Chojuro spoke up. Lady Mei, how are you able to change your voice? Asked Chojuro, slightly hesitant. Well, Chojuro, it just so happens that my transformation abilities are exceedingly special, even changing my voice as well as my body. The only thing which doesn't change is my chakra density. As such, my ability to use jutsu isn't affected, allowing me to use any of the jutsu I know without having to adjust due to having someone else's chakra control and reserves, said Mei with her usual smile. Ugh, that is so creepy. Never transform into me, said Amuri. Mei just gave a smile. I'll have to try that at some point just to mess with her, thought Naruto in amusement. Mei held up her left hand, having heard something in the distance. The assembled group of ninja stopped. Mei lowered her head to the ground, placing her ear close to it, listening intently. Off to the east there was a lot of noise being generated, the sound of enemy ninja. To Naruto's delight, they were heading south. Perfect, their lines in the north are thinning out as they are moving south, all according to plan, thought Naruto with a smile, before standing up and signaling for the group to resume their running. Line break. Ao and the real Mei were in the main tent, going over a few last-minute details for their battle plan, while waiting for word on the enemy forces. Ao, do you think this plan will work? Asked Mei hesitantly. Ao took a deep breath before exhaling, after which he proceeded to speak. Well, I do believe the plan has some merit to it. To Naruto's credit, pincers are rather successful, having been able to cause the downfall of armies 10 times bigger than the one we are currently facing, but, paused Ao, gaining a thoughtful look. But, what is it? Asked Mei anxiously. There are a great deal many factors unaccounted for leaving me uneasy, finished Ao. Such as, probed Mei. Such as how many troops will actually head back north, once Naruto, disguised as you, is spotted? What if none of the troops head north and instead Yagura himself makes an appearance? And what about the reverse of that? In addition to this, how do we know the east and west forces are not doing something similar to us now and pincer us as well? The plan, if everything goes according to plan, should work. However, I am uneasy about all the unaccounted variables. Finished Ao with a small sigh. Mei thought deeply on everything Ao had just said. If that is the case, why did you let them carry out this plan? Asked Mei, curious of why Ao would go along with such a plan. As I said, the plan itself has merit and can potentially win this war. I am just slightly uneasy at how much is being left to chance, said Ao, just before a messenger entered the tent and knelt. Lady Mei, Lord Ao, we have just received word from out spies that the forces to the east are heading in this direction, while the western forces are heading into the center of the village, fortifying its defenses, said the messenger quickly. Excellent, thank you for the update. You are dismissed now, said Mei with a kind-hearted smile, as the messenger bowed and left. This is good news, said Ao, looking over a map of the land of water. If Naruto can do his part, this plan might just work, mumbled Ao. Line break. After a while of running and dodging any of Yagura's ninja, they finally reached an area uphill of the base they were going to invade. Okay, this is how it is going to work. We need to ensure at least half of the ninja here are taken out, either dead or unable to move. Also, make a point of striking down some messengers, but ensure at least 3 remain for each direction. This will ensure all points, east, west, and south, receive word that we are here, but doesn't make it look as though we wanted them to escape. Anyone who doesn't flee after half the ninja are taken down are to be killed. This will lower their numbers for later. Understood, said Mei, getting a nod from the other 4 ninja with her. Amuri, when I finish speaking, wait exactly 30 seconds for the rest of us to get into position, before throwing a lightning ball directly at that large, thatched building, at which point I will launch lava around the east side of the base to further throw their ranks into disarray. After I launch my lava Kiri, you will need to cast a double false surrounding Genjutsu around Ganryu and Chojuro, making it so everyone affected sees them 10 meters to the left of where they actually are. Ganryu and Chojuro, you need to be the ones who begin to cut them down. I doubt the Genjutsu will buy you more than 5 seconds of time, 10 if they are confused enough, so after 6 seconds, I will charge in and reveal myself. When they panic, all hell breaks loose, kill all in sight, ensuring only the bare minimum of survivors escape. Now move out, said Mei before Kiri, Ganryu, Chojuro, and Mei left, leaving Amuri alone. The kid isn't too bad at coming up with strategies, plus he does take things seriously when he needs to. Not a bad mindset for a brat, thought Amuri, contemplating the recently turned 16-year-old ninja and his strange personality as she counted down to 0. 3, 2, 1, go, whispered Amuri, before generating a tennis ball-sized sphere of lightning in between her kiba blades, before launching it, causing the roof of the building it struck to catch on fire. We're under attack, it must be the rebels, shouted a ninja who ran out of the building. Lava style, lava wave, shouted Mei from a rocky outcrop near the base and spat a 10-meter-long wave of lava out. It's their leader, impossible, shouted another ninja, who quickly turned around, hearing fellow comrades being cut down. Chojuro and Ganryu were advancing slowly, but steadily. Ganryu cut down his foes swiftly and without mercy, as Chojuro caused his Hiramakiri to form into a hammer made of chakra, which blasted ninja away in their dozens. Surprisingly, the Genjutsu lasted a full 12 seconds, before someone noticed it and dispelled it, which had given Mei 6 seconds of time to spread her mist out around her immediate area. Lava and boil release and swordsman with the famous 7 blades of our land. It must be her, the rebel leader. Quickly, send out for reinforcements from all our bases. If we cut of the head of this rebellion, the rest will fall, said the first man who had emerged from the building when lightning struck it. Perfect, thought Naruto, who started to spread his acidic mist over the loyalists, who cried out in agony. 7 messengers tried to flee, but Amuri stealthily struck, killing 4 of them, leaving only 3 to leave as planned. At this stage, there were already 50 dead bodies hacked to pieces by Ganryu, 20 knocked out or dead from Chojuro's blunt force trauma, and 60 dead from Mei's acidic mist. Having killed off most of the messengers, Amuri jumped into the fray, electrocuting and slashing through many of the remaining ninja. 200 ninja lived in this base before the attack. 7 fled, 21 were captured, with all the others being dead or close to it, thanks to the assault of 5 ninja. As the survivors were tied up and placed into one of the many remaining buildings, Naruto gathered up his chakra, having dispelled his transformation of Mei now that the battle was over. Fire style, fireball jutsu, said Naruto as the building caught aflame. As the ninja who were placed into it were all knocked out, there were no screams of pain, and after 3 minutes the building had burned down, with the fire having been put out due to the excessive moisture in the air. What now? Asked Chojuro timidly. Now we wait, said Naruto stoically, as he created 2 shadow clones who he nodded to, who then took off towards the southeast and southwest. Line break. Mei and Ao were mobilizing the entirety of their remaining forces. Having begun this war almost 5 years ago with 3,000 troops, half of which were bloodline holders, they were now down to a small 750. Not a particularly bad outcome, considering that Yagura's forces had gone from 20,000 to half that. What the rebels lacked in numbers, they made up for in their unique abilities, and with Naruto joining in and taking out a full 300 all by himself in various raids, they could not have been any luckier that he had been banished and decided to come to the land of water. The remaining rebels were moving cautiously and quietly north. The need to do so impressed upon all of them, as if the loyalists found out Mei was really in the south and not near the north base, the entire pincer would fail. Everything is slowly occurring as planned, thought Mei grimly, knowing full well that this final battle would determine the fate of the village hidden in the mist. Still, if the battle is nearing its end, the battle with Yagura is at hand, thought Mei with a frown, remembering what Naruto had said to her late last night. Line break. Flashback. Line break. What are you saying? Asked Mei in shock, eyes widened slightly. Exactly what I said, and you can't change this, said Naruto. Mei paused for a moment, before adopting her sickly sweet smile, which haunted Ao's dreams. Excuse me, but it seems as though you think you can order me around like a common genin, said Mei in a sickly sweet voice, while subtly making a jab at Naruto's official rank. I am not ordering you around. I am telling you that I will be the only one to fight Yagura with no interference, said Naruto harshly, not in the least bit intimidated. And just exactly who do you think you are to decide who will fight Yagura? As I recall, you are not even a mist ninja and we have been fighting in this war for years now? Asked Mei in a tone, which promised pain no matter the answer. Someone just like Yagura and the only one who has the right to end him. He might have enslaved and slaughtered your people, but the curse of a Jinchuriki is something only another Jinchuriki can understand. If Yagura is to die, it will be at my hand. None of you can understand Jinchuriki and never will. If he has to die, at the very least, it will be to someone who understands his pain, said Naruto, before leaving the tent, leaving a conflicted and very annoyed Mei behind. Line break. And flashback. Line break. We are almost at the dispatch point, whispered Ao to Mei, earning a nod of understanding. Good luck, Ao. Make sure you survive, said Mei as she and Ao split paths, with half of the troops going with Ao while half went with Mei. After receiving word of the enemy's movements, Ao suggested they split the remaining ninja between the two of them. Ao would continue straight up north, while Mei would swing around to the now weakened western front. This would change the plan of attack to a three-pronged pincer attack instead of a two-pronged pincer, which would allow the rebels to not only attack a greater area of loyalists, but also put more pressure on them, forcing them to either be killed or retreat to the east, the only point not being attacked. The plan does have its downsides though, with the two groups still needing to take out almost 2,000 troops between them, not to mention the strength of the two forces would become much weaker than if they had all continued on together. At the very least though, capturing would suffice. After all, killing every mist ninja in existence not on the side of the rebels would make recovering from this terrible ordeal almost impossible. Line break. Lord Yagura, our northern base has been attacked and destroyed by none other than the rebel leader Mei Terumi, said a kneeling Chunin loyalist, who had just received the information from a messenger. A man of diminutive stature wearing a cloak stood up and walked to the right side corner of the room, where he picked up a peculiar staff off a small bookshelf. He strapped the strange staff, which seemed to have a flower growing out of it, onto his back and walked near the Chunin, before tapping him lightly on the shoulder, causing him to look up. Come. Today this pointless war ends, said the fourth Mizukage, who was prepared for the final battle for Kiri, for better or for worse. Line break. How much longer do we need to wait here? Asked Amuri to their group leader, whose eyes had been closed for the past 30 minutes. Naruto sat there in silence, before he twitched imperceptibly, as he felt the memories of his clones return to him. Mei and Ao have split and are attacking from two separate fronts. Risky, but if they can manage, it will be of major assistance to the battle. Ah, and there it is, the chakra of the Sanbai, although it feels controlled in a way unnatural of a tailed beast's chakra, going off the feeling of mine and Gaara's. Even after Gaara learnt to block out Shikaku, I could still feel the erratic nature of the tailed beast's chakra, thought Naruto, pondering just what exactly this meant. We leave now, said Naruto, as the group quickly stood up and took off in the direction of battle. Soon this battle will be over. Then, I can get started, thought Naruto as they ran along the ground quickly, excited, but also slightly wary for battle. Line break. It is time to end this foolish battle once and for all. Do you not agree, Sanbai? Thought Yagura, questioning his host. Yes, it will all end soon, replied a voice much too gentle to be the voice of a tailed beast, but Yagura seemed not to notice or care. Soon, I will cleanse mist of these impure genetic scum and restore glory to the village hidden in the mist, thought Yagura in excitement. To think this fool managed to become a Kage, but never noticed himself or his beast being subdued, thought the voice in Yagura's head, eager to see the fruits of his labor. This village has only experienced a taste of hell, thought the voice, trailing off ominously. Lord Yagura, our forces are being attacked from the south and the west, reported a messenger, as they all ran northwards. It is of no consequence, the leader is north, and once the leader is killed, the rest will fall, replied Yagura stoically. But my lord, Mei Terumi is in fact leading the attack on our western front, said the messenger in worry. What? Asked Yagura, as he outright stopped running, causing the rest of his men to follow suit. Yagura made the ram sign and focused his chakra into the mist, enabling him to feel every presence in contact with the mist. It seems that the messenger is in fact accurate, but if that is the case, who attacked the north? Impossible, a tailed beast carrier. The nine tails even, as well as those two traitorous ninja. This changes things, thought Yagura. Kushimaru, Jinpachi, you two will come with me. Jinin, you will lead half of our forces west and deal with the leader of this rebellion. The rest of you are to head south and fortify the defense there. They will no doubt have sent most of their manpower west to back up their leader, as well as north for the surprise attack, so you should not encounter too much difficulty. Now disperse, said Yagura. Yes, sir, shouted the ninja, as they turned around and set off towards their new mission. Oh, and what do you need us for, Yagura? Asked Jinpachi in a slightly raspy voice. You two will be deal with your traitorous counterparts, Amuri and Chojuro. I trust you will see to it that they don't live to regret their decision to betray me, said Yagura coldly. Not at all, replied Kushimaru in a slightly high-pitched voice. Line break. Ao was frowning slightly. Having been around for the Third Great Ninja War, he knew a thing or two about tactics, just like he knew that Yagura had more ninja at his disposal than what his unit was currently up against. Even double the amount of ninja they were fighting, assuming an equal number had been sent to deal with Mei and her unit, was not even half of Yagura's forces. While they were making ground, being able to subdue a larger portion of ninja than they killed, Ao was wary. If the other half of Yagura's troops are with Yagura heading towards Naruto, there is very little chance his group will survive such an onslaught, and that is without factoring Yagura himself in, thought Ao, as he launched a water dragon, knocking out 20, unlucky, or lucky considering that they would live through this battle, ninja. Ao discreetly pushed some chakra into his Byakugan and looked as far ahead as he could. It seems two large forces are moving south and west. They can only be reinforcements, thought Ao before focusing his chakra on seeing further. 3 large signatures are moving north. Wait a minute. Something is tampering with the largest signature. Impossible. Could it be that Yagura has been under a genjutsu this whole time? Thought Ao in shock, while launching 10 kunai at 10 unlucky ninja, considering their vitals had been pierced. Has this entire war been misguided? Questioned Ao, before putting those thoughts aside and plunging back into battle. Line break. Ganryu, Kiri, I want you two to head to the western front where Mei is. Knowing the intellect of a Kage, Yagura will have no doubt figured out our tactic by now and would have sent someone powerful to take out Mei. Go and reinforce her, said Naruto before abruptly stopping, causing everyone else to follow suit. Why are we stopping? Asked Chojuro. Because Yagura, as well as 2 high-level chakra signatures, are almost here, said Naruto ominously. Naruto gave a nod to Ganryu and Kiri, who then took off. As the trio waited in silence, a breeze blew through the area, shortly after which, Yagura, Kushimaru, and Jinpachi dropped down into the narrow clearing surrounded by trees. So it seems you are the reason the bloodline scum were able to gain some morale, holder of the Kyubi, said Yagura flatly. Yes, and it seems you are the reason this bloody war occurred in the first place, holder of the Sanbai, said Naruto, staring Yagura down. Amuri, and look at what we have here, that little brat Chojuro. I hope you two are ready to die here today, said Jinpachi mockingly. You never could send shockwaves through my heart. Both of you bore me. Today I will end you too, so I never need to see you ever again, shouted Amuri. Big words from someone not much longer of this world. Even without you having to face the two of us, death's door is waiting for you, retorted Kushimaru. She isn't facing the two of you alone, said Chojuro. Ha! The little pup talks, said Jinpachi mockingly. Can you two handle these guys? Asked Naruto, never taking his eyes off Yagura. No problem. These cowards won't last long, replied Amuri with a fanged grin, as she raised her kiba blades. I can trust you two to take care of this? Questioned Yagura rhetorically. No need to worry. I will bring you back some fruit, said Kushimaru, mocking Chijuro and Amuri's names. Big words from a chestnut, retorted Amuri. Yagura, let these four battle, me and you will fight one-on-one, and you will die, never to be seen again, said Naruto. Such arrogance, said Yagura before charging at Naruto with his pole out. Naruto blocked the attack with his forearm, before rotating into Yagura's guard and elbowing him back, before fly kicking him away and following after. Looks like it is just us for now, taunted Amuri. Not for long, Yagura will kill that fool in no time, retorted Jinpachi. We'll see, said Amuri as she settled into a stance, ready for a fight against her two former comrades. Chapter 6, For Peace or Revenge. Are you ready to meet your end, Yagura? Questioned Naruto, as Yagura slowly rose to his feet. The only thing ending today is this silly rebellion. After I kill you, I will track down the twice-cursed bloodline leader of theirs and wring her neck. With the death of you two, no one will dare try and go against me ever again, and I will bring the village hidden in the mist to glory, ranted Yagura. You are misguided as you are short, said Naruto. Yagura's body trembled with anger. His fists were clenched tightly, almost drawing blood. I see, if you are already resorting to childish insults, I will end this futile battle right now, threatened Yagura, in a low tone of voice. Naruto dropped down into his stance, hands to the side of him, fingertips facing away from Yagura. The only one childish here is you, retorted Naruto, before Yagura gave a beastly roar and charged at Naruto. Yagura thrust his pole at Naruto's stomach repeatedly, while Naruto swayed to the sides in a manner that resembled a drunk, before whirling around quickly and sending a mule kick at Yagura's face. Yagura raised his pole and blocked the foot before ducking and attempting to sweep Naruto's other leg with his pole. Naruto hopped over the pole and backflipped, before allowing ice to slowly envelop his hands, giving his hands the appearance of sharp claws, before spinning and plunging down at Yagura. Yagura jumped back and Naruto drilled into the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. So it seems that you are just as strong as one would expect a Kage to be. This doesn't mean you will beat me though, as I still have a lot more tricks up my sleeve, commented Naruto from within the dust. It seems you are not all bark either, however, you stand no chance against me, replied Yagura, as the dust around Naruto's form cleared, revealing his ice claws were undamaged. Yes, well, it seems ice won't be a good match for catching you, given your small stature and dodging ability, said Naruto, much to Yagura's ire, as his ice claws receded. It seems wind, however, has a better chance of hitting you, said Naruto, as his hands were now engulfed in wind once again, ending in sharp-tipped claws. Joke all you want and try all you can. If I really want to, Sanbai's defense will block anything you try, said Yagura in annoyance. You shouldn't have done that. You see, I am truly curious, and now that you mention you two have a defense just like Ichibi's host does, well, now I just have to see it to make a comparison, said Naruto, before kicking off the ground quickly and trying to slash Yagura, following an uppercut-like motion. Yagura backflipped and strapped his pole to his back, before going through a few quick hand signs. Water style. Exploding water shock wave, said Yagura, as a massive 10-meter-long wave of water surged at Naruto. Naruto made a few quick hand signs while thinking earth style, hidden mole jutsu before sinking into the ground. As the wave slammed down onto Naruto's position, Yagura stood there poised and ready, waiting to see where his opponent would come from. Yagura suddenly leapt into the air, as Naruto burst from the ground. You can't escape the wind, shouted Naruto, as he slashed both claws up at Yagura, releasing 10 sharp blades of wind that converged onto his position. The attack exploded upon reaching Yagura, hiding him from view. Naruto dropped down to the ground and watched as a figure fell to the ground as well. Once Yagura landed, Naruto saw pieces of coral oozing back into his skin. So that is your special defense? Reminds me of Gaara's sand shield. Too bad for you. Coral can't take the heat fire style. Fireball jutsu, said Naruto, before a blast of fire roared at Yagura. As the attack met Yagura, steam started to come off it, until nothing remained. Foolish, in this village, fire attacks are weakened and water attacks are stronger and easier to pull off. You won't be able to touch me with a simple fireball. Mocked the holder of the three tails, as he looked at Naruto with a smirk. Well, if that is the case, ice spears, said Naruto, before slamming his right foot into the ground, causing a wave of jagged ice spears to shoot out of the ground, seeking to impale Yagura. Yagura stood his ground and coral burst from his body, shattering the spears upon contact. Do you see now? Asked Yagura, as the coral receded back into him. You can't touch me, Yagura continued. Really now? Asked Naruto rhetorically as lava started to ooze and coalesce around his hands. Yagura inhaled deeply, before blasting multiple bullets of water at Naruto. Naruto skillfully dodged most of them, having to block the few that got to him with his claws, which started to solidify, but returned to their molten state when Naruto pushed more chakra into them. When Naruto was only a hair's breadth away from Yagura, he exploded in a blast of water, sending Naruto flying. Yagura used a water style body flicker to arrive back onto the field, while Naruto's claws slowly crumbled to the ground, as he lay face down on the ground. Your fighting style is heavily reliant on your chakra levels, but it must be difficult to maintain nature chakra around your hands without damaging them. You are quite skilled. However, your intelligence in battle leaves much to be desired, commented Yagura as Naruto stood back up. True, my chakra claws do take up a lot of chakra and the control to use them is demanding, but I am a Jinchuriki, you should know we don't run out of chakra easily, said Naruto, as a wispy mist started to engulf his hands. Plus, I think you will like these claws the most, said Naruto, before vanishing in a burst of speed, before reappearing in front of Yagura, claws poised for a downward slash. Yagura, anticipating the attack, had pulled out his pole and held it in front of him to block the attack, but much to his surprise, Naruto's claws cut right through the pole. No, perhaps cut is not the appropriate word to use in this situation. He literally dissolved the sections of the pole he came in contact with, thought Yagura, as he jumped back and observed Naruto warily. Don't tell me your ultimate defense can't stand up to a little acid. If that is the case, you won't be alive much longer. Boil release. Skilled misjutsu, boil release, acid swirl, said Naruto, as he breathed out a wave of mist made of low pH water, while simultaneously having some of it swirl around him protectively. It seems I can't play around with you anymore, commented Yagura, as his chakra cloak started to form around him. Line break. Well then, shall we get this party started now? Asked Jinpachi rhetorically. Bring it on, Pearface, shouted Amuri, as she charged up a ball of lightning between her blades. Chojuro, get away quickly, said Amuri, as she launched the ball of lighting at Kushimaru, before raising her swords over her head. Chojuro jumped back as bolts of lightning discharged off the Kiba blades, heading for all near them. Ha! That won't stop me, shouted Jinpachi, as he brought down his blade on Amuri, only to be blasted away by chakra that had taken the form of a hammer from Chojuro's blade. Never take your eyes off the enemy, whispered Kushimaru from behind Chojuro, poised to stab his blade through his heart, only to burst into water as a ball of lightning struck him. He doesn't have to, you two haven't changed tactics in years and as such you are predictable, said Amuri. Big words from someone not too far from death's door. How is that cough of yours? Mocked Kushimaru, as he reappeared in front of Amuri. Heh, it won't be enough to stop me from putting the two of you down, even if it is the last thing I do, commented Amuri. Chojuro jumped back into the battle and swung his blade down at Kushimaru. Kushimaru swayed to the right, dodging the blade by a hair and retaliated by kicking Chojuro in the chest, sending him flying back, before throwing the Nuabari after him. Chojuro placed his blade in front of him to block the sewing needle, but in doing so, lost sight of both of his enemies. Chojuro gasped as he felt a presence appear behind him and cried out in pain when he felt a massive object slam into his back, before it seemingly exploded, sending him flying away. Chojuro smashed through a tree and skidded through the cold, unforgiving earth, before falling unconscious, sapped of all his remaining strength. "Tough luck, kid. You were never a match for a true swordsman," mocked Jinpachi. The victory of the two bloodline haters was short-lived, when a blade burst through Kushimaru's heart, before another blade sliced his head clean off his shoulders. "You underestimated me," said Amuri disdainfully, as the body of the Nuabari wielder slumped to the floor. "You might think that matters, but it doesn't. I always was better than Kushimaru, and with you in your weakened state and your ally down, you won't live for much longer," declared Jinpachi before charging at Amuri. Amuri stood her ground and raised her two blades, before slamming them into the ground and sending an electrical charge through them, which climbed toward the sky. Jinpachi continued charging, seeking to cut Amuri off before her technique could take effect. He touched down no less than 10 meters away from her, before leaping off the ground. 5 meters, blade raised over his head, victory was surely his. 3 meters, the seals on Shibuki started to glow. 1 meter, the blade began its descent on the unmoving swordswoman. "Lightning style, Thunder Gate," said Amuri, before Jinpachi knew no more. A massive wave of lightning struck everything in a 10-meter radius. Amuri had weakened it some and shortened its range so it wouldn't hit Chojuro. The same could not be said for Jinpachi though. His skin that was visible was charred and flaking off. Blood oozed out of his nostrils and ears as he twitched slightly in response to the electronic charges running through his body. His heart twitched erratically, as the slow, controlled beating was replaced by an erratic beating, at times stopping for a full 10 seconds, before quickly pumping at 4 times its normal speed for a few seconds. Jinpachi's nerves had lost all semblance of control as he vacated his bowels and his tongue fell out of his mouth. Literally, the muscles that had been holding it together, destroyed, as when the lightning struck, he had been unfortunate enough to have been emitting a war cry. Amuri sighed deeply, before breaking out into a coughing fit, splattering blood all over her hands and Jinpachi's corpse. Amuri's form was racked with pain. Her eyes trembled in exertion as she struggled to breathe through the harsh coughing. She dropped to her knees, hands keeping her from slumping to the ground, as she hacked up copious amounts of blood all over Jinpachi's body. Her muscles trembled with exertion as her lungs burned. Oxygen was barely getting into her system at all now. After hacking up another wad of blood, Amuri shakily got back to her feet, her entire body protesting every tiny movement she made. After a few minutes, she had regained a vertical base and most of the pain had passed, but while her instincts warned her to move, her body couldn't achieve the feat, and a thin blade pierced through her hamstring and shot right through it, before it was painfully wrenched back out of it. Amuri fell back down to her knees in pain, as she angled her head back slightly, eyes widening in shock. "Miss me?" questioned Kushimaru, in a tone full of malice. "Line break." Naruto was unknowingly mirroring Amuri's pose. He too was brought to his knees, not by pain, but rather by the new sensation of exhaustion. Being the holder of the Kyuubi as well as an Uzumaki had given Naruto amazing stamina, but once Yagura entered his second cloak state, which engulfed him completely, hiding his body from view, Naruto was hard-pressed to do a thing. To make things worse, all attacks Naruto had thrown had little to no effect at all on him. Even a Rasengan couldn't pierce the cloak of dense chakra surrounding the holder of the 3 tails. If that wasn't bad enough though, Yagura wasn't simply standing there and enduring the hits. No, he was launching debris, boulders, trees, his own tails, and at one point a beastly wave of chakra, which obliterated everything to the west of where Naruto currently was, leaving nothing but a gaping trench that Naruto couldn't see the end of. Damn it! This is not how things were supposed to go. I guess the only reason I was able to stop Gaara was because Gamabunta held Shikaka down for me, allowing me to wake Gaara up. This guy though, I underestimated him hugely. What was I thinking? This is a freaking Kage we are talking about. He sent Zabuza fleeing with ease if what Kakashi said back then is to be believed, and I don't even think I could take on Zabuza right now. Thought Naruto in anger, mostly directed towards himself. I toyed with you too much thinking my stamina and chakra would never run out. I really mucked up on that, but I won't lose here today, declared Naruto, as the necklace he still wore around his neck, even after being banished, started to glow slightly. I will not lose here, shouted Naruto, as multiple spears of wood suddenly burst from the ground and shot at Yagura. To his credit, Yagura dodged each and every spear, but it seemed that Naruto was losing control of reality. Arguyua, roared Naruto in an animalistic manner. The necklace around Naruto's neck started to glow slightly and started to sink into his skin slightly. "No, stop this!" shouted Kyuubi from within the cage, but it was to no avail, as the necklace slowly started to meld into Naruto's very being. Naruto continued screaming so much that his vocal cords were being torn to shreds, quickly regenerated, before being torn to shreds once again. Naruto's eyes had turned completely white as the metamorphosis of his body took place. Throughout this entire process, though, multiple wooden spears and wooden snakes burst from Naruto's body and the ground around him, flying towards Yagura, seeking to ensnare him, to no avail, as the chakra-covered Yagura skillfully dodged every attack. Whatever is happening, he no longer seems to have any control. I must end him now, thought Yagura savagely, as he kicked off the ground with so much force that a crater formed under him. A sickly green, yellowish aura started spinning around Naruto rapidly. Logical reasoning was disappearing from his mind quickly, as the power continued increasing within his body. "You fool, you are going to tear your body to shreds and kill us both, even with my healing power enhancing your own. Calm the hell down," raged the Kyuubi from within the cage, slamming its beastly form against the bars, hoping to penetrate the thick fog that had engulfed Naruto's mind. Yagura appeared in front of Naruto, his three tails held above his head. "Die!" shouted Yagura, as he plunged his tails down at Naruto's chest, only for them to be stopped by a wooden dome which partially covered Naruto and stopped Yagura's tails dead in their tracks, before exploding, sending the Mizukage flying back. By now, blood was pouring out of Naruto's eyes, ears and nose, but he persisted screaming, no longer aware of what was happening around him, not even able to form coherent speech or thought. "I will not be defeated here," thought Yagura as he transformed. A column of purple chakra shot up into the sky, before expanding outwards, until it reached 20 meters in diameter. The chakra was abruptly cleared, as a beastly roar pushed all of it away, revealing Yagura in his bijou form. Yagura brought his tails up near his mouth and started forming a massive ball of chakra, which was comprised of tiny balls of blue and red chakra, which slowly came together, forming a sphere of destruction. Instead of condensing it, Yagura continued to make it larger and larger, until it surpassed the size of the Mizukage Tower, a frightening 40 meters in diameter. The ball of energy was already tearing through the ground, and more destruction to the landscape was sure to follow once the attack was released. "Bijudama!" shouted Yagura, as the colossal sphere of energy was launched at Naruto. While Yagura had been forming his devastating attack, Naruto had continued screaming, and his aura had started to darken from a pale moss green to a much darker teal. His hair had slowly started to change color, turning from golden blonde to a pale green with a yellowish tint, with a single teal bang hanging down his forehead. His muscles bulged with power and started to tear his clothes, his muscle mass seemingly tripling until it eventually tore through his shirt and turned his pants into fraying shorts. His height also increased by a large amount, bringing him up to a startling tall 2 meters, making him even taller than the tailless-tailed beast, Kisame Hashigaki. His eyes turned completely white, no pupil or iris to be seen. The necklace, which had been slowly melding with Naruto's body, had now fully sunk into him, leaving only the string to which it had been threaded remaining, as the crystal was now well and truly gone. As the sphere of corrosive chakra was launched at Naruto, he started to laugh manically instead of screaming, as he raised his right hand up until it was level with the technique. Naruto's aura started to spiral and condensed around his hand, making it look like a Rasengan was about to be formed, but instead of a swirling blue ball of chakra, a colossal wooden dragon bathed in the same green glow as Naruto was ejected from his hand, rapidly enlarging. As the beastly chakra approached the dragon, it grew immensely, reaching a staggering 50 meters in length and 10 meters in width, completing dwarfing Aparu, a fully grown dragon, in size. The wooden dragon opened its mouth and roared, causing the menacing ball to start to shrink until it was only 5 meters in diameter, before the dragon swallowed it whole. Yagura's eyes widened in fear as the dragon opened its mouth, the ball of chakra it had just eaten being launched at him. Yagura wrapped his tails around himself as the blast hit, but immediately after the impact, another, much more powerful force, slammed into him. The wooden dragon had spun around and slammed its tail into Yagura's side, sending him flying to the left, before lunging after him and coiling tightly around him, squeezing the very life out of him. The sensation of being squeezed was not all Yagura felt, as the dragon bit into him and starting to suck away at his chakra, causing his form to revert back to his version 2 state, which led to him suddenly falling to the ground, as the dragon was no longer holding him in place. The dragon as well plunged after Yagura, and upon impact with the ground, Yagura was also slammed from above by the monstrous construct. Naruto abruptly stopped screaming and dropped to his knees, vomiting out liters of blood that had built up in his throat due to repeatedly tearing his vocal cords and throat. After a full minute of vomiting, Naruto passed out in a pool of his own blood. Yagura lay there, barely able to think. Wait, something feels different. It is as if my thoughts have suddenly changed. What happened? Thought Yagura in confusion. Line break. Yagura is dead, commented a masked figure. Oh, is that so? Asked another figure shrouded in darkness. Yes, my control over him broke. He is not much longer of this world, said the masked figure, before disappearing into the hole in its mask in a swirl. Line break. Yagura painstakingly raised himself to his feet and limped over to his opponent. For a moment, Yagura wondered if his fellow tailed beast holder was dead, but the bubbles forming in the blood suggested otherwise, indicating that the figure was still breathing. Yagura bent down and picked the figure up, draping Naruto's arm over his shoulder, ignoring the blood that covered his form, as well as the fact that every single bone in his own body hurt. Picking him up, Yagura slowly started to limp to the position where the 3 swordsmen and swordswoman were fighting. Line break. Impossible, stuttered Amuri. Oh, it is quite possible. The brute Jinpachi never did understand what silent killing was all about, swinging around a sword that explodes like an idiot, commented Kushimaru airily. Amuri looked back at where Kushimaru's dead body had previously laid and noticed nothing there. But how? Asked Amuri. You disappoint me. How else does one make an illusion appear to be reality? Questioned Kushimaru. Genjutsu. Since when did you know Genjutsu? Questioned Amuri. Ah, I see, you were nothing but a brute like the rest of those other swordsmen, using nothing but Kenjutsu, along with Tai and Ninjutsu. Such a shame, it seems none of you ever realized just how effective silent killing can be with Genjutsu supplementing it. Now it is time to finish this. Goodbye, Amuri Ringo. Have no fear, though. I will send that other boy passed out over there along with you to keep you company, said Kushimaru, as he prepared to run Amuri through her heart. Stop, Kushimaru, said a voice from the tree line, to which Kushimaru instantly obeyed. Lord Yagura, I see that you have been successful as well, commented Kushimaru, as he saw Yagura stiffly walk into the clearing, with Naruto slung over his shoulder. To an extent, but that is not the main issue here, said Yagura, as he dropped Naruto's body to the ground near Amuri, as he stood near Kushimaru. And Naruto, are you all right? Asked Amuri quietly. Chakra exhaustion, muttered Naruto, eyes still closed. Now that you are conscious once again, I believe it is time to explain what has recently come to light, said Yagura. What about Chojuro? Asked Naruto weakly. No, it is best he not know of this, it doesn't concern him, nor is he mature enough to handle it, said Yagura. Kushimaru, you have served me faithfully for years, and thus I believe it is only fair you hear this as well. What you do with this information is up to you, said Yagura, turning to one of his most loyal followers. Yagura sat down tiredly, while Kushimaru stood close to him, eyeing Naruto and Amuri, who were in no position to move. Before the start of these purges, I am sure you, Amuri, and of course you, Kushimaru, knew I was never exceedingly cruel. I may have been harsh and indifferent to lots of things, but I loved my people, began Yagura tiredly. Amuri went to rebut this statement, but Naruto weakly raised his hand, showing that she should remain silent. You see, about 7 or so years ago, I was confronted by a man. This man, however, possessed a Sharingan, continued Yagura before breathing in heavily. As it was, he placed me in an exceedingly strong Genjutsu that not even the Sanbai could break, which slowly started to take over my thoughts. With this, I became a puppet for this man, said Yagura disdainfully. His only motive for doing so was this. The village hidden in the mist made me suffer, therefore, I will make the village hidden in the mist suffer as well, and that was that last thing I heard before he took over my mind. Revealed the weary Mizukichi. So you mean to say you are not the one behind this entire farce of a war? How can we believe that? Asked Amuri angrily, before coughing heavily and dry heaving some more blood. I suggest you not get too agitated. Like me, you are not much longer for this world either. That being said, I spared the life of your friend and even now had Kushimaru spare your life. Isn't that enough proof? Questioned Yagura. Kushimaru stood there impassively while all this was being said, merely taking it all in. Amuri growled slightly, but then stopped and nodded for Yagura to go on with a small frown on her face. I don't know what his ultimate goal is, but he was powerful enough to subdue the combined efforts of me and Sanbai. He is not to be trifled with, said Yagura, before coughing heavily, wheezing for air. With that being said, I have to say, this war was a mistake, and that the masked man succeeded in making Miss suffer. However, there is something that can be done now, said Yagura weakly. Naruto struggled to push himself into a seating position, but after a bit of a nudge from Amuri, he was able to sit up. What can we do now? Out of the four of us here, you are clearly the strongest and he beat you easily? Asked Naruto weakly. Not we, you three. Kushimaru, you have served me loyally and thus this choice is entirely up to you. Whatever you decide, I won't hold anything against you, said Yagura. Kushimaru was inwardly touched at how much Yagura valued him. Truly, he made no mistake in following such a great man. Even if he had been under someone's control for a portion of his reign, Yagura truly was a great man. As for you two though, Amuri, your sickness is no secret, and Naruto, everyone saw my explosive attacks. It would not be too difficult for you two to pretend you died and train and prepare in secret. The fact that neither of you will leave a body behind should not draw too much attention. Given the intensity of my previous attacks, it would not be a stretch if people assume you two were simply obliterated. Kushimaru, whatever you decide with my death, many will assume you had either perished or fled with me. You three will be invisible to all, hence why I am not revealing this to that boy over there. It would be best that only the four of us know of this, said Yagura, before coughing once again. If this man is powerful enough to subdue someone like you out of petty spite, well, he must have something big planned, and with your death, he will think no one knows of him. You are indeed worthy to be a Kage, not just through your strength but through your cunning, complimented Naruto, seeing where this was going. Lord Yagura, you have my word. I will track down the man who did this to you, to us, to Mist, and I will make him regret it, said Kushimaru. Thank you, Naruto. Kushimaru. I am glad to see you understand what has happened and what must be done, said Yagura, before looking pointedly at Amuri. What? I am just as dead as you are. Does my opinion even count? Asked Amuri with a fanged grin, as blood trickled from her mouth. Not necessarily cough, I don't have much longer, but you, Naruto, you utilized would release jutsu against me in a subprimal state. You weren't aware of it, but you did in fact do it. That necklace around your neck melded with your very being and empowered you. While I am beyond saving due to the damage I sustained from our fight, Amuri may still be saved. As her cause of death is an illness, it is said Hashirama could instantly regenerate any damage he took. With you having his necklace and with style, along with you being a Jinchuriki host, you may be able to save her. Even if you can't access your wood release, the Kyuubi is thought to be the strongest bijou and may just have another way, said Yagura. Why can't he save you? Asked Amuri. Would style suppresses bijou chakra, add to the massive amount of damage I took in the fight itself. Well, let's just say I have only minutes to go, said Yagura dryly. However, there is one thing I want you to do for me, Naruto, said Yagura seriously. What? Asked Naruto confused. The masked man said something about bijou falling before him. I want you to take Sanbai inside of you as well, said Yagura, getting three gobsmacked expressions, with one being hidden behind a mask. What? Questioned Naruto. Sanbai has suffered enough and I don't want it at the mercy of ninja. You, as a Jinchuriki, can understand that while we are also given a burden in holding them, they are also burdened in being held by us. Despite this though, if we work together we are much better off, said Yagura. But I'm not sure how, said Naruto uncertainly. Can you show me your seal? Requested Yagura. Naruto obliged and pulled up his shirt and shakily channeled some chakra, revealing the 8-trigram seal. It seems the fourth was pretty skilled if he came up with something like this. However this works out well. Would you know about the 4-trigram sealing style? Asked Yagura. Yeah, but I'm not sure I can pull one off properly yet. I need more practice, said Naruto. That's alright, I have a 4-trigram seal, ironically enough done by an Uzumaki. She was nice enough to explain how it worked to me as well, so I can do it for you this time, but please read up on them soon so you can maintain the seal. A 4-trigram seal weakens much faster than an 8-trigram seal due to the lack of a reverse spin, meaning its life is short-lived without maintenance, lasting only 5 years or so before breaking, said Yagura, before coughing up some blood onto his left hand and dipping his right finger in it, before drawing a swirl above Naruto's existing 8-trigram seal, before surrounding it with a few kanji. Kushimaru, live well, and know that this Kage was lucky to have a loyal follower such as you. Seal transfer, said Yagura, before placing his palm over the newly drawn seal. Yagura's body was engulfed with blue chakra before it transferred across to Naruto. Naruto gave a silent scream as the new chakra invaded his system, stretching his coils painfully. After a minute of this, Yagura slumped forward slightly. It is done, said Yagura, before his eyes closed and he fell forward, dead. A strange silence engulfed the trio as two mourned at the loss of a leader and a fellow-tailed beast holder, while the third sat there in silence. The silence was broken, however, when Emuri's form started to heave as she coughed up blood. Her very body began to shake, almost as if it was going to fall apart. Fox, any ideas? Asked Naruto desperately. Why should I help your friend? Her existence in no way affects me, retorted Kyuubi. Please, she has wasted her life in a worthless war. Don't let her life end like this. Have some compassion, pleaded Naruto. Interesting, he was almost suicidal and almost completely apathetic only a short while ago, but it seems being faced with death so readily has brought back some of the old Naruto. I can't believe I'm doing this. She better be worth it, thought Kyuubi. Fine, but you won't like this after I explain what I am doing. For now, channel my chakra and bite deeply into her left wrist, said Kyuubi. Kushimaru watched on apathetically as one of his fellow sword wielders died, not having any way to save her, nor the inclination to. Naruto grabbed Emuri's left arm. Sorry about this. I will explain it later when I know what I am doing, said Naruto, before her let Kyuubi's chakra envelop him, before biting into Emuri's wrist, piercing deeply into her skin. Emuri gasped at the action, before convulsing slightly, as a strange feeling of warmth spread through her body. What am I, a masochistic? Thought Emuri, before passing out, unconscious but alive. Kushimaru, grab Yagura, we need to leave. You don't have to stick with us. But the rebels won't let Yagura rest in peace, said Naruto, before he painfully picked up Emuri's form, wincing at the extra weight he had to carry before walking off. Kushimaru stared at the back of the blonde until he was barely visible. For you, Lord Yagura, I will get you your retribution, muttered Kushimaru, as he picked up the body of his former leader, before following after his new companions. Chapter 7 Burn Once More. Well, Zetsu, asked a masked man, as a two-toned plant-like creature slowly rose from the ground in the cave both were currently inhabiting. I don't understand what happened. Yagura's body was nowhere to be found, and there is no evidence that the tailed beast has escaped, or been killed, unlike last time, said Zetsu. The masked man's eye narrowed slightly before relaxing. I see, this is a rather unexpected twist. Nothing too serious, yes. Something that can be overlooked, however, no. Zetsu, I want you to assign Kisame and Itachi to go and investigate the recent battle site of the late Mizukage. Together they should be able to pick up on any tricks that may have been used to hide any evidence of the Sanbai, as well as deal with any opposition. Ordered the masked man calmly. No problem, it will be done, said Zetsu, before sinking back into the ground once again. Line break. Two cloaked figures sat outside a desolate tea shop, located on the eastern edge of the Land of Fire, situated on the side of Dusty Road. The shop serving as a quick pit stop for weary travelers, before they would head off again. The shop was relatively well maintained, with only a slight indication of age in the form of chipped paint around the property. The shorter of the two figures sat carefully, monitoring their surroundings, seemingly waiting for a sign, as he calmly sipped his green tea. As a man's head started to emerge from the ground, the shorter man's red eyes spun quickly, masking their presence from anyone who happened to pass by. You two have a new mission. Go and investigate the site of the recent battle between Yagura and the rebels, said the head, before sinking back down into the ground without a trace. Itachi, looks like I will get to show you around my old stomping grounds, said the larger of the two. Itachi didn't respond and continued to sip his tea calmly. You really are one emotionless guy, commented the larger man with a fanged grin, revealing multiple sharp teeth. Itachi set his empty cup down on the table. You talk too much, Kisame, come, said Itachi before standing up and walking off. Line break. Two ninja walked silently through the mist, each of the two carrying a burden on their back. Neither was particularly in the mood to talk, considering that the two had previously been on opposite sides of a civil war and wouldn't have hesitated to kill each other. One couldn't really blame them. The taller one was leading the younger one to a specified point. The younger was deep in thought at the new power he could feel within him but could not grasp, no matter how hard he tried. He knew the power was there, hiding just underneath the surface, but for all the good it did him, it might as well have been buried in the farthest reaches of the galaxy, because he had no idea how to access it. There has to be a way, I just know it, thought a frustrated Naruto, as he struggled to reach even a small amount of his new power that he had recently unlocked. Beside Naruto walked the thin figure of Kushimaru. The wiry man carried the late Mizukage on his back with ease, despite what his figure would suggest, walking dutifully and purposefully to where he decided his would lay his leader to rest. Kushimaru glanced disdainfully at the women slumped over Naruto's shoulders. He remembered the day when his comrades had turned on Yagura one by one. First, Fuguki Suikazan, the one who preached about how protecting vital information was more important than one's own life. The selfish hypocrite had been leaking information to their enemies, leading to the deaths of many missed ninja. How Kushimaru wished he could have been the one to cut that blubbering traitor down. But alas, Kisame Hashigaki received that honor. Then Kisame himself had betrayed them, the circumstances of which were murky at best. However, all Kushimaru needed to know was that he had left the Mizukage and sought his own goals. Then, Zabuza Momochi, Kushimaru hated Zabuza. The audacity he had to actually try and assassinate Yagura, the man who gave him the chance to flourish. What was even more insulting was Zabuza actually thought he would have been able to defeat Yagura on his own with only a dozen or so men to help him. The very thought disgusted him. Lastly, the woman slumped over the shoulder of the boy walking next to him, Amuri Ringo. By far he hated her the most. He hated that she was a woman. He hated that she had more victories over him than he had over her. He hated that when she defected, she took Jinan's head with her, but most of all, he hated her. Kushimaru never did know why, but he knew that everything about Amuri irritated him. From her hair to her clothes, to her mannerisms and to her attitude, he hated her. However, Yagura had earned his loyalty, and for that Kushimaru would shelf his hatred to achieve the mission. But should Amuri step out of line in any way, or even partially hint at an insult towards Yagura, he would not hold back. "We are here," said Kushimaru, causing Naruto to stop walking. The place they were currently standing in was a small grove of frozen trees. It was in a more frigid area in the land of water. The trees themselves were stripped bare of all leaves, and small icicles hung off the branches instead. The ground was covered in a thin layer of snow at all times, reaching up to a meter in winter, making it hard to get around. Luckily, it was autumn currently, and the snow was only up to ankle level as of now. A small amount of light managed to penetrate the huddle of trees, but it was nowhere near enough to melt any of the snow. Rather, it had the effect of making the snow glisten slightly, making them appear to be diamonds from afar. Both Naruto and Kushimaru, in a moment of mutual understanding, carefully placed down their burdens and proceeded to form Yagura's grave with ninjutsu. A leader to one and a respected adversary to the other, but to both, a ninja worthy of respect. The grave was created not under the base of the largest tree in the groove as one would expect, but rather under the smallest, not because Yagura was small in stature, but rather because his contributions would not been seen for their worth, just as he himself would not be appreciated for what he accomplished. The grave was not adorned with anything extravagant, but rather kept plain, as remaining hidden is the true mark of a shinobi. After a few minutes, Naruto picked up Amuri and walked away a short distance to give Kushimaru a chance to say his personal farewells. Kushimaru ensured that Naruto was out of seeing distance before dropping down on his knees and taking his mask off, head bowed with his hair obscuring his visage from the world. Yagura, you were my role model. I would follow you to the grave if you would have let me, but it seems fate has decided against this. I will bring your soul justice and make sure that the fiend who managed to take control of you is punished several-fold. He will pay in blood for the suffering you endured. I make this promise to you, that when I see you in the afterlife, I will be able to tell you I have attained retribution, not only for the suffering our people, but more importantly, for your suffering at the hands of that man, said Kushimaru, bowing one last time after speaking, before affixing his mask and standing up, walking away after a man who understood, to some extent, how great Yagura was, and a woman who he hated personally on a fundamental level. Line break. Chojuro awoke with a groan. His head and back were still throbbing in pain. Flashes of white were dancing across his vision, making him squint his eyes in annoyance. "Ah!" shouted Chojuro, as he quickly sat up, before crying out in pain, as his back protested the sudden movement. Looking around, Chojuro saw he was in a tent, and this hinted heavily that he was no longer near the battlefield anymore, but rather back in the rebel main camp. Shortly after his gasp of pain, a medical ninja came in and quickly ran a diagnostic on him to ensure that aside from the obvious bruised ribs, nothing else was wrong with him. After a few short minutes, the medical ninja was satisfied and quickly went back outside. Chojuro sat there, slightly nervous as to what would happen next, which only intensified when both Ao and Mei walked in. Mei pulled a stiff, brown, wooden chair from beside Chojuro and set it at the foot of his bed, in order to face him directly, without needing him to rotate his upper body in any way and possibly hurt himself. Ao stood stiffly to the side and placed his stern gaze directly on Chojuro, causing Chojuro to swallow in apprehension. "Chojuro, I realize you have been through quite an ordeal, but there are some answers we need, and it is imperative we get them now before making our next move," said Mei calmly, relaxing Chojuro slightly. Chojuro nodded nervously as he waited for Mei to ask what it was she needed to know. "What happened with your team after Ganryu and Kiri left your squad and came to support me? You need not repeat anything before that point, as I am well aware of everything that happened before?" asked Mei, before gesturing for Chojuro to speak. "Well, Yagura, Kushimaru, and Jinpachi confronted Naruto, Amuri, and myself. After a short conversation, Naruto forced Yagura away from us and pursued him, separating the battle between the four of us and the two of them. Jinpachi and Kushimaru proved to be very formidable opponents. Sadly, I was not able to last against the two for very long and was rather quickly knocked out, leaving Amuri to fend for herself against the two. I can't be sure, since my vision was heavily blurred from the pain of the attack that sent me flying, before shortly sending me into unconsciousness, but I think I saw Amuri just about to cut down Kushimaru. There is not much I can say about Naruto's battle with Yagura, as I did not see them fight, nor did I hear anything too destructive from their battle," said Chojuro plainly. "Not destructive. If only you saw the site of their battlefield," muttered Ao, getting a perplexed look from Chojuro. "Indeed, Ao speaks the truth. Less than half a kilometer from where we found you was a heavily battle-scarred area. It was clear that Yagura was pushed into using his beast and many of its powers, judging by how deep and long some of the trenches around that area are, not to mention the telltale signs of various elemental jutsus and the large amount of blood found on the scene. I fear, however, that most of that blood was Naruto's. However, we do not know for sure," said Mei in a grim tone of voice. "What do you mean? Can't Naruto tell you of his fight? And what of Amuri?" asked Chojuro in confusion. To this, Mei sighed heavily for a moment, before looking Chojuro in the eye with a firm expression. "Aside from you, the only other body found at the two battlefields was that of a heavily burnt and dead Jinpachi. Significant traces of blood belonging to Naruto and Amuri were found at their respective battle sites. The same, however, cannot be said for Yagura and Kushimaru. It is entirely likely that since Yagura's forces are no longer advancing and have very little in the way of leadership right now, that Yagura is dead. It would not be too much of a stretch to assume Kushimaru met with a similar fate. However, since no trace of him was found at the battlefield, this is purely speculation. It is possible that the two have retreated to recover, or also possible Is it that they have taken Naruto and Amuri captive and may try to extract some information from them, given that it appears that the two of them were the losers of their respective battles, from what we can gather? Despite the high probability of this being the case, it has now been close to 36 hours since anyone has been able to place a location to Kushimaru and Yagura's whereabouts. Add this to the large number of his forces that are now surrendering to us and the fact that no one has seen either of the two. We are operating under the premise that all four of them, Yagura, Naruto, Kushimaru, and Amuri, perished in their battles. Explained Mei in an eloquent manner. What? Stuttered Chijuro in shock. Yes, I too am slightly surprised at the outcome. While I didn't expect the battle to be an easy one, said Mei before trailing off. The fact that Amuri, Naruto, Yagura, and Kushimaru are all unaccounted for is very peculiar and seems to suggest something off, spoke up Ao, confusing Chijuro. What are you saying? Asked Chijuro in confusion. Ao is of the opinion that a third party may have gotten involved in the battles. He is also of the opinion that it is possible that, said Mei before Ao interjected. Naruto is a traitor, said Ao darkly. Why? Why would Naruto be a traitor? For what reason? Asked Chijuro bewildered. For the leaf, for the sand, for himself. We know he was a leaf ninja and the whole circumstance behind his banishment sounds fishy. Even the scenario in which he met me was suspicious, elaborated Ao. Lady Mei, do you agree with Ao? Asked Chijuro. Mei looked at Chijuro unflinchingly, her firm gaze boring into his youthful visage. I have not ruled out the possibility, said Mei, stunning Chijuro. Line break. In a dark underground cavern, a heavily bandaged man sat on a throne. Two snake heads made up the armrests, while the seat itself looked to be made out of bones. The bandaged man was all but covered, showing only a single amber eye, with a slit pupil and pale gray hair. Bowed in front of him stood a man, with black-rimmed circular glasses and onyx eyes, along with ash-gray hair. So what is this news you have for me, Kabuto? Asked the bandaged man. Kabuto rose to his feet and pressed his glasses up. There is interesting news coming out of the village hidden in the mist. Apparently, Yagura is no more and a new Mizukage by the name of Mei Terumi, a dual bloodline holder, has taken over, said Kabuto with a small smirk. While this is indeed interesting, I fail to see what has you so excited. Kabuto, you are practically panting in excitement, replied the bandaged man. Of course, Lord Orochimaru, normally such news would not be enough to excite me, however. It seems that all but one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, barring Kisame of course, perished in the battle, said Kabuto, pushing up his glasses once more. And Kabuto? While I do appreciate your manner of delivering information in your normal evasive manner and respect the certain flair it gives, I am tiring of this conversation, said Orochimaru, in an amused tone of voice. Well, it seems the person who fought against Yagura was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, said Kabuto in amusement. Surely you jest. While I did see the potential in the young boy after he managed to fight you off for a period of time, Yagura is well beyond your level, said Orochimaru. Kabuto brushed a hand on his chest briefly, before pushing his glasses up once again. Yes, Yagura is beyond my level, that is true, however. It seems young Naruto has more potential than even you foresaw, said Kabuto. Really, Kabuto? I have not been known to make many mistakes. Why do you say I have made one now? Asked Orochimaru curiously. Well, you do remember a few months ago when I reported that one of Danzo's men had been felled with a unique type of attack, lava style, if you recall, explained Kabuto. Orochimaru nodded in understanding and waited for Kabuto to continue. Well, it seems that Naruto may have had more surprises up his sleeve than either of us would have thought, said Kabuto. Must you continue this dance of words, Kabuto? Asked Orochimaru in slight exasperation. Sorry, Lord Orochimaru. I am merely trying to keep our new guest interested, said Kabuto before glancing over his right shoulder slightly. What have you found out about Naruto, Kabuto? Asked an aloof voice. The figure who had just spoken was shrouded in darkness, and all that was visible were his 2 red eyes. It seems Naruto possesses not only lava style but also boil and ice style, said Kabuto with a small smirk. Is that all? asked the figure. Not quite. It seems I forgot to mention one more bloodline, said Kabuto before pausing. And that would be? Asked Orochimaru, now very interested. Ah yes, it seems Naruto was able to counter, or rather, based on the pattern of damage, reverse a Bijidama using with style, said Kabuto, causing Orochimaru's one lone eye to widen significantly. Are you certain, Kabuto? Asked the figure in the darkness. Indeed, the battlefield still bears the signs of battle, with an exceedingly large trench and various woody projections scarring the ground, answered Kabuto happily. What will you do now, Sasuke? Asked Orochimaru teasingly. My priority is Itachi. Never forget that, however. Should I cross paths with Naruto, I will crush him, bloodlines or not, said Sasuke, as his eyes spun, before turning on his heel and leaving. My, it seems Sasuke is not taking the news very well, said Kabuto. Is there more, Kabuto? You are still here? Asked Orochimaru curiously. Ah yes. There was one other thing I neglected to mention in the presence of Sasuke. How negligent of me, said Kabuto with a chuckle. And? Asked Orochimaru. There have been no signs of the Sanbai being released or respawning, said Kabuto. A tailed beast would not respawn immediately, it would take some time, however no signs of the Sanbai being released. That is very interesting. It seems my old associates will not be happy, said Orochimaru, before laughing darkly, his laughs echoing in the dark cavern. Line break. The cloaked figures of Itachi and Kisame arrived at the site of the recent battle between two Jinchuriki. The landscape was heavily scarred with the signs of extensive ninjutsu usage. Well, looks like there was quite the battle here. To think that little brat who trembled in fear just from seeing me could have been a part of this battle, said Kisame with a whistle. Keep in mind, Kisame, your appearance is not exactly commonplace. Also, I believe it was I who made young Naruto tremble in fear, not you, said Itachi. Oh, are you trying to suggest that you are more intimidating than I? Asked Kisame with a fanged grin. The Sharingan wielder turned slowly, his gaze boring into that of his partner. Yes, said the Mangekyo-wielding ninja. Haha, our Itachi, you sure are serious. Even for you, what is the matter? Run out of Paki again? Mocked Kisame. Itachi's glare intensified as his Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to pierce into Kisame's very soul. Never mention such a thing again, said Itachi before walking off. Kisame merely grinned and followed Itachi deeper into the battle site. Kisame marveled at the destruction. Being somewhat of an expert on being destructive, Kisame could say with certainty that both parties involved in this battle were heavy powerhouses. It honestly made him wonder what could have allowed the timid, fearful boy he had seen only a few months ago become strong enough to be able to go toe-to-toe with Yagura, a man Kisame knew was very powerful and capable of leveling towns with one attack, not counting what he could do with the help of his tailed beast. Kisame observed Itachi as he walked around, noting that Itachi seemed particularly curious with what looked to be some smashed trees to Kisame. What are you staring at, Itachi? With all this destruction around, why are you fixating on a pile of firewood? Asked Kisame curiously. Itachi didn't respond for a while before he suddenly released a large amount of chakra in the form of black flames upon the wood. Kisame stood by silently, waiting for Itachi to explain what it was that made Itachi suddenly use such a powerful technique on a small piece of wood. His curiosity was piqued when after a full minute the wood remained unburnt, aside from a few small scorch marks. After 5 minutes, Kisame was baffled that the wood had been able to last as long as it had against the hellish flames of Amaterasu. After 10 minutes with no change, Itachi ceased his attack on the pile of wood and studied the wood intently. Itachi brushed a hand over the wood and noticed the wood which had been lightly scorched flaked off, leaving perfectly unblemished wood once again. Itachi stood up and started to walk away, Kisame following after shortly. So Itachi, any ideas as to why a small clump of wood was able to stand against one of your strongest attacks? Asked Kisame seriously. I believe so, it begs further investigation, but without capturing young Naruto, finding out the facts will be difficult. For now though, let us continue looking for any trace of the Sanbai, before reporting back, said Itachi carefully, before continuing to follow the trail of chakra belonging to Yagura. Line break. After some time, both Kushimaru and Naruto silently agreed on stopping to make camp for a few hours. The unlikely trio, including a still unconscious Yuri, settled in a small misty grove, wanting to remain hidden at all costs. Kushimaru was not inclined to begin speaking and Naruto was still in thought, so silence prevailed around the campsite. Naruto had now moved on from thinking about the hidden power he couldn't reach and was more curious about what to do from this point onwards. Since both Mist and Leaf are now no longer an option for travel, what should I do? I mean, I could go back to Whirlpool Village, but then again, it is kind of run down. However, it would be an excellent place to train freely, thought Naruto, before glancing at Yuri and Kushimaru. Although what about Kushimaru and Yuri? They too are in this situation with me. We will need to come up with a plan of some sort. After all, if one of us is seen in public, that might tip the masked man off. We all need to remain hidden until we are ready, and quite frankly, I am not ready yet, continued Naruto in thought before hearing Yuri stir. Ugh, I feel like crap, mumbled Yuri as she woke from her long slumber. You look like it too, said Kushimaru snidely. Ah, shut up. I'm not ready to deal with you just yet, Screechy, said Yuri with a wince. You never will be, it seems. I did have your life in my hands a couple days ago. Never forget that. You would be dead right now if Lord Yagura hadn't stopped me, continued Kushimaru. Why, you scrawny little pencil neck? I will crush you, shouted Yuri, now sitting up and glaring hatefully at Kushimaru. Okay, calm down. Now isn't the time to start fighting. Besides, we need to discuss what to do now, said Naruto calmly, being the voice of reason. The irate redhead looked at Naruto balefully. And exactly who put you in charge? Asked Yuri, with steel in her voice. Hey, I did save your life. Don't you think you shouldn't attack the person who saved you? Said Naruto in slight annoyance. Yuri just stared at Naruto with a narrowed gaze, before huffing and turning away from him. Okay, now that everyone is awake, do you guys have any ideas as to what we should do now? Asked Naruto. I say we find a secluded area to train until we are sufficiently red to kill the masked man, suggested the masked member of the group. I think it would be prudent to do a bit more research on just who this man is. Knowing about his skills and possible accomplices will make it easier to take him down later on, added the redhead of the group. I was thinking something similar to Kushimaru, but getting some information on what we are up against wouldn't be a bad idea, commented the blonde, as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, whatever we decide, we will need a base of operations, a place where we can move around relatively undisturbed, said Yuri. Well, I have an idea for a base of operations. It was actually a place I discovered before getting to the land of water. It is very run down, pretty much destroyed, but no one would ever disturb us. All we would have to do would be to make it habitable, would be to fix up the buildings a bit, and maybe grow a few plants, and it should suffice for our needs, explained Naruto. How exactly are we going to do that? None of us here are particularly good horticulturists, asked Yuri. Not too sure yet, but I also have some ideas for that. However, I think this needs to be asked, can we, or rather, do we want to work together on this whole thing? I know it was kind of agreed upon informally, but I feel that we should each be sure of our motives and opinions on the matter, said Naruto softly. Yagura entrusted you with the sanbai and saw fit to warn you that the masked man will be coming after you, more so because now you contain two-tailed beasts. While I could go off on my own, I feel that it is only right that I honor one of Yagura's last wishes, as indirect as it was, to protect the tailed beasts. Yagura entrusted you with his as he wanted to keep it safe, therefore, I will do my part to keep you and by extension, it safe from the masked man. Finally, when the masked man does reveal himself, I will do my duty and take him down. All I need to do now is wait, said Kushimaru seriously. I had already accepted that I would die in this final battle, if not from my illness, then in battle. I was so close to death's door that I could practically see the Reaper beckoning for my soul. However, you gave me a second chance. I will stick by your side, to help you and protect you. After all, I am a woman who repays her debts, and since you saved my life, I will make sure that I save your life as well, said Yuri with a smile. Thank you, Both of you, I don't know if I would have been able to do this on my own. I have lost so much already and gained little. This life has not been particularly kind to me. However, as long as I have people that I can call my friends, as long as I have people who will fight beside me, as long as I have a goal that I believe is worth fighting for, I will never give up. I give you both my word that the three of us will stand together and get justice for the village hidden in the mist. Justice for everyone who needlessly died in this war. Justice for those who are now orphaned and those who lost their children. Justice for Yagura. This I swear, for with your help, I promise to be not only a fighter for a group of rebels, nor warrior for the oppressed such as the Jinchuriki. No, I promise to be the guardian of the mist. Believe it, said Naruto passionately, the fire which had been waning in his soul, now ablaze once more. Chapter 8 Changes. Lord Danzo, there has been no sighting of the Kyubi Jinchuriki for 6 months now, ever since he was last spotted in the Land of Water, said a kneeling root operative. The wizened figure of Danzo Shimura opened his lone eye in slight anger. This is unacceptable. The Jinchuriki was to be captured within weeks after its banishment. It has been a full year now. To make matters worse, the Uchiha defected 6 months ago as well. Cloud has already started to send scouts to test our forces. I want you to cut back on the search for the Jinchuriki for now. In time, we will pursue it, but with no leads, it would be a fruitless endeavor, said Danzo. Your orders, Lord Danzo? Asked the operative. You will join the team of Kakashi Hatake. Your mission will be to eliminate Sasuke Uchiha. Once the opportunity presents itself, remove your mask and go forth, Sai, ordered Danzo. The young man removed his mask and revealed a pale face, not too dissimilar from that of Sasuke. As you wish, Lord Danzo, said the newly named Sai. Line break. Itachi and Kisame were walking through a misty forest, heading back to the Land of Water once again. I must say though, Itachi, I didn't expect we would be sent back to my old village so suddenly, commented Kisame jovially. It is not sudden. In the past few months, any village's attempts to infiltrate have been unsuccessful, with their spies' heads sent back to their village of origin. The only indication of who caused the damage is a single crystal of ice, said Itachi. I honestly wonder about that. As far as I remember, Zabuza had the last person alive capable of using ice release. Those in snow can only manipulate what is already there, so they don't count. I really want to know who it could be. I bet they'd be a good fight, said Kisame thoughtfully. Line break. Kakashi, you will have a new member join your squad soon. He is one of Danzo's with the name Sai, said Tsunade to the masked Jounin. Time hadn't been kind to Kakashi. His posture seemed to be even wearier than it had been after Naruto was banished. With Sasuke's defection as well, Kakashi had felt that he had failed as a leader. He only had one thing helping him stay together, aside from his friends in the village. Have there been any more? Asked Kakashi. Yes, as a matter of fact, 3 in the past week, said Jiraiya as he appeared on the window behind Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes narrowed in irritation. Damn it, Jiraiya, how much longer are you going to keep doing that? Questioned Tsunade in irritation. Until I die, said Jiraiya with a laugh. Have you still found no trace of where he might be? Asked Kakashi seriously. Jiraiya sighed, before walking into the room and standing next to Tsunade. Nothing. If I'd have to guess, he is probably just sending clones, or it is possible that he could have mastered Minato's jutsu, said Jiraiya. Kakashi sighed at this. Well, at least he is still safe, even if we can't find him. Besides, no one else but us could know who it is, said Kakashi tiredly. I wouldn't be so sure, said Jiraiya, getting a sharp look from Tsunade. What is it? Asked Tsunade. Mist has started to grow immensely in these past few months. Somehow, they are receiving massive amounts of monetary support from someone, and as you know, any spy who tries to infiltrate is killed, beheaded, and their body is sent back to the village they came from with a single ice crystal in a scroll. I don't need to tell you both how difficult that is either. By the way, he might have even surpassed me at this stage, thanks to his clones, said Jiraiya calmly. Well, at least the brat is fine. I still can't overturn the banishment, and I don't even know if he wants to come back anymore. From the sounds of things, he has changed, said Tsunade sadly. In any case, the next Chunin exam will be in Mist with their reopening to the world, said Kakashi. Yes, and you, Kakashi, will go there with Guy and Kurenai, along with the Genin, Sakura, Hinata, Lee, Tenten, Kiba, and Ino, said Tsunade. What of this new member to my squad, Sai? Questioned Kakashi curiously. I will have him temporarily take missions with Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Niji. No matter what Danzo has planned, he should at least be given the chance to experience a life outside of Root, said Tsunade. Well, they are all Chunin, and aside from Choji, those three are all rather intelligent and shrewd. I doubt he will get anything dangerous out of them, whatever his goal may be, said Jiraiya. Tsunade merely nodded, after which Kakashi gave a small bow and left. Line break. A single cloud ninja was fleeing rapidly from the land of water. He was bolting at his maximum speed, occasionally glancing behind him. Ice style, guillotine blade, said a voice from seemingly everywhere, before a small crescent-shaped blade of ice sliced through the cloud ninja's neck. A large behemoth of a man, reaching 2 meters in height and full of muscle, dropped down next to the decapitated body. The figure had black pants and blue ninja sandals. He wore no shirt, but had a dark blue jacket over him, held on his shoulders with a piece of auburn-colored string at the front, as his hands were free of the jacket, the sleeves flapping weakly in the wind. Around his neck was a string, which appeared to have once held a crystal, as there was a small metallic nub coming off it, with 2 tiny pearls on either side of the nub. The figure's hair was a pale green with a yellowish tint, with a single teal bang hanging down his forehead. You all keep trying. I thought you would have learned by now, said the man dispassionately, as he created a small crystal, which looked identical to the first Hokage's, only being an electric blue in color, instead of the dark teal the necklace was famous for. The figure then quickly pulled out a scroll and sealed the body away, along with its decapitated head and the crystal, before a clone of the figure appeared next to him, took the scroll and ran off. It won't end, will it? Muttered the figure, before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Line break. 2 pairs of blue eyes opened. The memory of the clone, created by the owner of said eyes, reached the original, and he stood up from his meditative position. As he stood, a tattoo of an Eastern opal dragon was seen coiled around where his heart was, with a tattoo of a Western ruby dragon along his upper left pectoral muscle, in addition to a tattoo of a Western emerald dragon, in the place the first Hokage's crystal would have been resting if it still existed. Each tattoo was only about as long as a finger and only slightly wider than one. The figure heard the sound of metal striking metal, and exited the small stone building he was in, heading towards the sound. A masked individual and a red-headed woman were currently engaging in a heated exchange of slashes and stabs. The two were virtually unharmed, with only their clothing having a stray cut here and there. Amuri, Kushimaru, I have news, said the behemoth of a man. TCH, another draw. Looks like you'll catch up at this rate, Chestnut, said Amuri, looking no different than she had a few months ago. Yes, shame your height won't ever catch up, quipped Kushimaru, who also looked the same as he had a few months ago. Amuri growled at this. Sigh, I still can't believe how much you guys still hate each other. You've been fighting together for half a year now, said the large man in exasperation. You wouldn't understand. A grudge that has built up for years won't disappear in a few months, Uzumaki, said Kushimaru dismissively. Besides, she is more than half a meter shorter than you, bloody apple midget, added Kushimaru, causing Amuri to growl. I'm still winning by 6 victories, Maskface, shouted Amuri. True, but it is also true that you are ridiculously short, retorted Kushimaru with a small high-pitched chuckle. Screw you. What's the news anyway, Naruto? Asked Amuri impatiently. I felt 2 people approaching Mist. You will both remember one of them, I'm sure. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, said Naruto simply. About time those cowards made a move, said Amuri with a fanged grin. Yeah, although, can you guys take Kisame? I mean, not to insult you guys, but I remember when I ran into him over a year ago. That guy has more chakra than me, without the fox that is, said Naruto with a frown. The better question is, can you take Itachi Uchiha down on your own? Retorted Kushimaru. If push comes to shove, I can always use my ace. The shock factor alone might help me take him out, said Naruto with a shrug of his broad shoulders. So, does this mean we are going to reveal ourselves to them now? Asked Kushimaru. Naruto merely nodded, which caused Amuri to laugh in delight. So when do we head out? Asked Amuri excitedly. Tomorrow, said Naruto, getting a nod from the two sword users. Line break. What is it, Kabuto? Asked Orochimaru, as his most trusted subordinate entered the room. It seems Naruto struck again. Is furious, said Kabuto as he pushed up his glasses. I'm sure he would explode if he knew that it was actually the son of that man, rooting out all of his spies before they can properly infiltrate Mist, chuckled Orochimaru. Speaking of Mist, it seems your old acquaintances Itachi and Kisame are heading there now, said Kabuto, which caused the third occupant in the room to open his eyes, revealing twin Sharingan. Oh, would you perhaps be interested in a little visit, Sasuke? You could always enter the Chunin exams being held there, said Orochimaru teasingly. I'll go get my team together, said Sasuke before walking out of the room. Interesting, wouldn't you say, Kabuto? Questioned Orochimaru in amusement. Indeed, after hearing about young Naruto's immense growth, Sasuke has plunged himself into training with an almost maniacal drive, especially with news of his recent exploits. Even dear Sasuke hasn't stained his hands yet, commented Kabuto. I do look forward to this event, Kabuto. If either Itachi or Naruto meet with Sasuke, his growth can only increase, said Orochimaru, clearly pleased at the new turn of events. Do you think he is ready to face Itachi, or even Naruto for that matter? Asked Kabuto curiously. Time will tell, Kabuto, said Orochimaru, before laughing. Line break. God damn it, shouted the Raikage, slamming his fists into his desk, shattering it. The Raikage, a dark-skinned behemoth of a man, had just received a scroll and upon opening it, had found another one of his spies, dead, beheaded and with that damnable crystal. Mabui, get B. His team is going to the Chunin exams in Mist this time. Tell the team that as long as one of them makes it to the final round, they will all be promoted, shouted A irritably to his trusted assistant. Yes, Lord Raikage, replied Mabui, a dark-skinned woman, with light gray hair and green eyes. I'm getting to the bottom of this mess, shouted A in exasperation, before picking up two large dumbbells next to him and beginning a set of curls. Line break. Gaara, the recently elected Kazekage, stared out his window stoically. Like many others, he would be sending a group of genin to undertake the Chunin exams in Mist. They were only sending one team, but Gaara had faith in Matsuri, Yukata, and Mikashi. I believe something big will happen this time, thought Gaara in apprehension. Line break. Lady May, it seems that nearly every major village is sending at least one team, with most of the minor villages sending a few as well, said Chojuro nervously. Thank you, Chojuro, said May pleasantly with a smile. I should also add, another chakra disturbance was felt today. You know what they usually mean, said Ao gruffly, from beside Chojuro. May's smile became somewhat strained. Thank you, Ao, you are both dismissed for now, said May, with both of her subordinates giving a bow and leaving. May's smile dropped as she was left alone. Over the last couple of months, multiple people, later revealed to be spies against Mist, had been killed. The problem was that no one knew who was doing it or why for that matter. The only hint given was an ice crystal sent back to each village, along with the body. No ninja out of all our genin, chunin, and jounin can use ice style. The last person who did is missing, thought May, as a whiskered visage appeared in her mind. I'm almost certain it is him, but what of Amuri, Yagura, and Kushimaru? Just what happened that day? Thought May in frustration. Line break. 3 days later. Line break. Naruto, Amuri, and Kushimaru were currently leaping through the tree line, heading straight for the two ominous chakra signals they could all feel, which were in fact waiting for them. The three touched down in the small clearing and faced their opponents. "My Naruto, you certainly have changed," commented Itachi, observing Naruto's wildly different physique. "Things happened," said Naruto with a shrug. "So, did you really take out Yagura?" questioned Kisame. "Don't you dare speak his name, traitor," snarled Kushimaru. Kushimaru, don't tell me you still haven't moved on from my little changing of allegiances?" questioned Kisame mockingly. "To answer your question, Kisame, I didn't. Yagura was more than worthy of the title of Kage," said Naruto calmly. "What about you, old apple? I thought you were knocking on death's door," commented Kisame mockingly. "Yeah, well, death didn't want to let me in, too bad," replied Amuri with a smirk. "Itachi, you'll be fine if I deal with my former teammates, right?" asked Kisame. "Do as you wish, Kisame," said Itachi calmly, never taking his eyes off Naruto. Kisame smirked at this and disappeared, with Amuri and Kushimaru following him. "I didn't expect us to meet so soon, Naruto," started Itachi. "Funny, I actually planned for this moment to occur. You know something I need to find out," said Naruto calmly. "Oh, what would that be?" asked Itachi curiously. "Where I can find that masked Sharingan user so I can tear him limb from limb," said Naruto with a snarl. Itachi quickly jumped back. To avoid the wave of lava, Naruto had just spat at him. Itachi pulled for shuriken into his right hand, which caused Naruto to laugh. "It won't work," shouted Naruto, before launching a dragon of ice at Itachi. When the dragon neared Itachi, Itachi's body glowed, before exploding. Naruto ducked, as a kick swept over his head and contorted his body quickly, before lashing out at Itachi, with 2 boil-enhanced claw strikes. Itachi managed to avoid the attack, but the corner of his cloak was nicked and dissolved away, causing Itachi to narrow his eyes. "You've changed much more than I first thought," said Itachi coolly. "This is only the beginning," said Naruto, before corrosive chakra swirled around him. Naruto then dashed at Itachi at extremely fast speeds. Itachi exploded again, but Naruto plowed through and launched 3 kunai to his right, before spinning and leaping into the air, throwing 3 more kunai after them, striking their handles and as a result angling them upwards. Itachi's eyes momentarily widened, as his aerial sneak attack was foiled and the kunai slammed into a log. Naruto quickly created 3 clones, which regrouped with him backs to each other. "Lava style. Multiple lava glob barrage," shouted Naruto and his 3 clones, before launching 8 massive blasts of lava each in 4 different directions. Itachi quickly leapt into the air and made a series of rapid hand signs. "Water style. Water dragon jutsu," said Itachi, as he launched a massive dragon of water at the 4 blondes. Naruto huffed at this, before sinking into the earth, as his clones were destroyed. "Just why do you want to know where the masked man is?" asked Itachi curiously. "I wanted to find the reason for Mai and Yagura's suffering and end him," said Naruto simply, appearing in front of Itachi. "You can't face him, not as you are now," said Itachi before his Sharingan spun, taking the shape of his Mangekyo. "Your Tsukuyami is a nice trick, but it won't work on me," said Naruto with a smirk, causing Itachi's eyes to narrow. "That cursed genjutsu may be stronger than most, but it can't deal with 6 separate chakras in the same body," said Naruto, getting Itachi's eyes to widen slightly. "How? Such a thing should destroy your body from the inside out?" questioned Itachi. "My mother was one of the greatest seal masters around. With her knowledge and the help of my friends, no genjutsu will stop me. After all, that masked scumbag isn't going to get me, like he did Yagura," snarled Naruto. "I told you already, you can't beat him as you are now," said Itachi simply. "Itachi, I know Sasuke wants to kill you, but frankly, I don't care. You will tell me where that bastard is, or I'll kill you here and now," roared Naruto in anger. I told you, said Itachi, before feeling a massive buildup of chakra from Naruto, which made his eyes widen. Line break. A smirking Kisame looked across a slightly worn-out Amuri and Kushimaru. You two have gotten better a lot. In fact, in a few years, the two of you together might just match me, commented Kisame appraisingly, as he leaned Samahata on his shoulders. Amuri scoffed at this. Please, I'll fry you like tempura, sneered Amuri. I will string you up along the trees, added Kushimaru. My, so hostile. But still, I can't believe you two of all people are working together, said Kisame with a laugh. We aren't, they both said, getting Kisame to look at them in confusion. We are working with Naruto independent of the other, said Amuri. We have our own reasons to do so, added Kushimaru. Ah, that's too bad. After Itachi gets through with him, you guys are gonna separate then. Too bad, said Kisame with a smirk, before the three of them felt a massive buildup of chakra. So he's going all out. Teich, this is going to attract too much attention, said Amuri in apprehension. Line break. What was that? Asked Kakashi in surprise. I don't know, Kakashi. Should we investigate? Asked Guy seriously. Kakashi glanced back at the genin gathered, before looking at Kurenai, then back to Guy before giving a nod. Line break. Whoa, that is some power, yo, said Killer Bee with his genin team behind him. Let's go, yo, said Killer Bee to his 3 genin before speeding up to find the source of the massive chakra. Line break. Sasuke's Sharingan activated, and he instantly headed after the massive chakra source. Orochimaru, disguised as a sound jounin, merely chuckled before following after Sasuke with Karen, a red-headed girl with red eyes and glasses, and Suigetsu, a white-haired boy with purple eyes, following after. Line break. Itachi, tell me where he is now, or things won't end well for you, demanded Naruto, before a green glow started to emanate from his form. Itachi's eyes narrowed as he noticed a large amount of chakra being released from the small green dragon tattoo on Naruto's chest. Last chance, said Naruto, as his muscles bulked up and he removed his dark blue jacket. Itachi's Sharingan merely spun in response. Have it your way, but I'm not showing any mercy from the beginning. With style, with dragon jutsu, shouted Naruto as he clasped his hands together, making a short series of hand signs before holding both hands out at Itachi, one hand grasping the other. The ground around Naruto rumbled before a massive eastern dragon burst from the ground to his left. The dragon was 20 meters long and 3 thick, with dangerous-looking spines. Itachi's eyes widened in surprise and quickly formed a large spectral creature around him, seconds before the dragon collided with him. Line break. The 3 parties currently heading towards the massive chakra signature stopped in awe as the massive wooden dragon came into existence. Line break. Itachi felt a bead of sweat go down his neck as he felt the dragon push against his Susanoo. Itachi quickly pushed more chakra into his technique, causing his orange humanoid Susanoo to become an armored red one. Itachi could feel the dragon retreating slightly before he felt it slam into his Susanoo with its tail, sending him flying and digging a small trench into the ground until he regained his balance. Tell me now, Itachi, or things will only get worse from here, shouted Naruto, as 5 tails of chakra burst from his back, and he became shrouded in a cloak of bubbling red chakra. The odd occurrence was that 2 of the 5 tails appeared scaly and metallic. Itachi looked visibly shocked, his eyes widening a great deal. 5 tails and with style. What happened to Naruto? Thought Itachi in shock. At that moment, the 3 parties arrived at the scene of the battle. Sasuke glared at the 2 combatants. The disguised Orochimaru merely looked on in amusement. Karen seemed to be having a small fit, while Suigetsu merely grinned. Killer Bee's eyes widened under his sunglasses, before narrowing, while his team of Genin, Samui, Karui, and Omoi looked on. Samui with a narrowed gaze and Karui and Omoi with a shocked expression on their faces. Lastly, Kakashi looked on in curiosity, Guy standing next to him looked on with a serious expression, while Kurenai and the genin behind all looked on, in varying degrees of shock. "Tell me now, Itachi," shouted Naruto before shooting at Itachi. Itachi moved to intercept Naruto, but the wooden dragon Naruto had created before slammed into him, allowing Naruto to slam a mighty punch against his Susanoo, shattering the armor around the place it was struck. Itachi quickly backpedaled, before shooting a blast of black fire at Naruto. Naruto clasped his hands together and a massive wall of wood rose in front of him, blocking the black flames of Amaterasu. Naruto quickly climbed the wooden construct, with a Rasengan being formed at the tip of each tail, each Rasengan possessing a different chakra nature: ice, wood, lava, boil, and wind. They had also changed to match their respective nature's colors: electric blue, greenish-brown, auburn, white, and pale blue. Itachi shifted his Susanoo to block the monstrous attack with his Yata mirror, but the mix of chakra natures reduced its all-powerful nullifying abilities and caused a fairly sizable explosion. The dust kicked up from the explosion hid the next two groups as they arrived. Kisame looked on in excitement, while Amuri frowned and Kushimaru's expression was unreadable due to his mask. Ao's visible eye widened, while Chojuro looked on in shock. Mei merely looked on with a frown. When the dust was cleared, Itachi's Susanoo was revealed to be back in its human form, but Itachi was coughing up blood inside it. "Kisame, we are leaving," said Itachi, as he deactivated his Susanoo and burst into a flock of crows. Kisame similarly exploded into a burst of water, besides his two fellow sword wielders. Naruto then gave a beastly roar, before his chakra cloak vanished and his wooden dragon crumbled into dust. The 5 groups of onlookers merely stared as Naruto's form lost a small amount of muscle and his aura died down. He walked to his dark blue jacket, which he put on his shoulders again, before fastening it with the auburn string. "I'll be leaving now," said Naruto simply before a voice called out. "Wait, Naruto," shouted Kakashi. "Naruto," shouted the genin from the leaf, while Sasuke, Orochimaru, Mei, Ao, and Chojuro widened their eyes in shock. "Yes, Kakashi," said Naruto in a bored tone, as he gazed at his former sensei. "You've grown, in more ways than one," said Kakashi simply with Naruto merely nodding. "That was some fight there 9-0? Or is it 3-0? Rapped B. The group from Mist looked shocked at this. "Whatever you feel like, 8. Did the rakeage like my latest gift?" questioned Naruto with a cold gaze. Killer Bee frowned at this but didn't respond. "You aren't strong enough yet, Sasuke," said Naruto, turning his eyes on the Uchiha, who gave him a grin in return, which seemed to say, "We'll see," but said nothing. "I'll see you outside the village gates, Lady Mizukage," said Naruto, with a smirk to Mei, before he dissolved out of existence, with Amuri and Kushimaru disappearing as well, turning into a blob of water each. Chapter 9 Half Dozen. "So, how do you think they will react?" asked Amuri, as she, along with Naruto and Kushimaru, stood just outside of the village hidden in the mist. "Can't be that bad, right? I mean, on a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 being the worst pain in my life, what could she do to me?" asked Naruto. 11. "You've never seen her get mad for real," said Amuri. "Well, I guess it helps that I can regenerate from almost anything now then. I hope," chuckled Naruto, somewhat apprehensive now. The trio of Mei, Ao, and Chojuro appeared on the horizon, quickly making their way to the newly returned ninjas. "You 3, come with me now," said Mei so quietly that they almost didn't hear it. "That's a bad sign," said Amuri with a nod, confusing Naruto. "What do you mean? She looked pretty relaxed to me," inquired Naruto. "Well, you know how a volcano can look totally normal and then suddenly erupt, or how a kettle can have boiling water inside it without making a sound, until it reaches a certain threshold? Well, she is at that point now, so one mistake can make her explode and may very well send lava or boiling water at you," said Amuri before following after the trio. "It can't be that bad," muttered Naruto. "If it helps, you can survive from lava and boiling water anyway," said Kushimaru, before following Emuri's lead. I'm sure they are just exaggerating, said Naruto to himself before walking after them as well. Line break. Now then, I'm sure you must have a good explanation for your absence, prompted Mei, once she was seated behind her desk, looking at Naruto, Emuri, and Kushimaru expectantly. I don't answer to you, snorted Kushimaru, turning away from the new Kage, causing her smile to thin. As long as you wear that mark, you serve your Kage, pointed out Mei. Yes, my Kage. I serve Yagura now and always. You are just a figurehead and wouldn't have been able to defeat him anyway, retorted Kushimaru, causing Mei's smile to disappear completely. In any case, there is a good explanation, interjected Emuri, before things could turn ugly. I'm listening, said Mei. Yagura was being controlled by a masked man with a Sharingan, said Naruto, getting the three who were unaware of this fact to look at him in shock. So it was true? Yagura was under the influence of another man, muttered Ao. How did you know that? Asked Naruto curiously. That's my personal business, said Ao, clamming up. True influence? Man business, thought Mei. Shut up, Ao, or I'll kill you, said Mei sweetly, causing the older gentleman to sweat. In any case, that doesn't explain where the three of you have been for the past few months, continued Mei. Training, obviously. If this guy could control Yagura, who none of us could beat, what chance did we have against him as we were? Questioned Naruto rhetorically. So you didn't manage to beat Yagura? What happened to him then? Asked Mei sharply. Well, I kinda don't know what happened at this point, but from what I've been told, I used would release to beat down Yagura quite a bit and remove his Jinchuriki prowess. Afterwards, Yagura sacrificed himself to give us all a better chance of surviving. He saved both Emuri and myself, and if it wasn't for him, we'd be dead right now, said Naruto, causing silence to descend amongst those gathered. I see. From what I knew of Yagura, he was never a cruel person, and with Ao's confirmation and now yours, it seems Yagura indeed was controlled, and we were led into war for nothing. What a mess. Do we know the identity of the man behind all this? Asked Mei after a moment. No clue, even Yagura never saw his face. Whoever he is though, he doesn't know about what Yagura did, just before he passed on, said Naruto. What did Yagura do that could make such a difference? Asked Chojuro, seeing a confident grin on Naruto's face. Well, he gave me some extra company, said Naruto, tapping his belly. It took a moment for the three who were unaware of Yagura's deed to realize what Naruto meant, but once they did, they exploded into shock. How on earth can you have two-tailed beasts inside you? Asked Mei. Both of our seals build on the base of a 4-trigram seal, so we were able to transfer them. It isn't an ideal situation though, as I need to constantly maintain the 4-trigram seal, since it is less stable, but nothing too difficult. The real tricky part was making it so both of their respective chakras managed to flow in harmony with mine, in addition to a few others. Now that was a challenge, answered Naruto before going off on a tangent, causing Mei to clear her throat. Back to the detail of you possessing two-tailed beasts. How exactly are you alive right now? Asked Mei. Well, it probably helps that I've been a Jinchuriki pretty much since I was born, so my body is a lot more accommodating to tailed beast chakra. It also helps that I'm an Uzumaki too and have a stronger life force than most, said Naruto. I was not aware that you were a Jinchuriki for so long, commented Mei. Yeah, it's been part of my life since I could remember, for both good and bad reasons, said Naruto. What happened to you though? You're a lot bigger? Chipped in Chojuro. Oh well, since I'm keeping 6 different chakra signatures within my body, including my own, it puts a lot more strain on the body, said Naruto before he seemed to shrink in muscle bulk slightly and his hair became more blonde than green again, although his height remained unchanged. This is my form when I'm only keeping 3 separate chakras flowing through me. It is less stressful, but I don't think it would make me immune to powerful genjutsu, like I am in my other form. I can shrug off most genjutsu like this, but I don't think I could deal with a Sharingan-based genjutsu or worse, a Mangekyo Sharingan-based genjutsu. That's why, when I knew we were going to be facing this masked man and that Itachi would probably be after me as well at some point, I learned to switch between the 2 forms, as that one is really demanding. said Naruto, giving a deep sigh of relief. Impossible, muttered Ao quietly, causing Naruto to focus on him. What is? Asked Naruto, getting Ao to quickly school his features. The idea of having multiple chakra within you not belonging to you. Your body should be at war with the foreign chakras, said Ao. Normally you'd be right, but in the case of the tailed beasts, my body is practically made to hold them. As for the other signatures, they are from my summons. Every summoner forms a blood contract with their summons. I just have a chakra link too, letting me summon them more easily and allowing me to retain a portion of their chakra within myself, explained Naruto. What type of summons do you have? Asked Mei. Well, since you all know about the Uzumaki, it shouldn't be that hard to figure out, but if you need a hint, these tattoos aren't exactly decorative, said Naruto, gesturing to his chest. You actually have the ability to summon dragons? Asked Mei, narrowing her eyes. Yep, 3 in total as of now, confirmed Naruto proudly, causing Mei to further narrow her gaze. Were you able to do this back during the war? Asked Mei. Not all 3, I could only summon 1 at the time, explained Naruto. I see. Then why did you not use them? They could have ended the war and possibly even defeated Yagura, questioned Mei. Well, that is because, I really should have. Well, in my defense, I was not exactly in the best mental state at the time and got a little bit too arrogant, thinking I could beat Yagura like I beat Gaara. Turns out, 3 tails are better than 1, said Naruto thoughtfully, getting Ao and Shojuro to look at him in disbelief, while Mei merely smiled. I think I need to train you in things other than your bloodlines, commented Mei, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. Oh yeah, that reminds me, can we enter the Chunin exams? Asked Naruto. We? You mean you 3? Why? Asked Mei. Well, I never really got the chance to try and become a Chunin, especially considering that my last exam kind of got crashed by sand and sound invading. Other than that, I wouldn't mind having a crack at some of the other competitors, especially since it seems some of my old friends are going to be competing, said Naruto. Considering that you are at the very least a Jounin level ninja, if not on the level of a Kage, also considering you fought Yagura and lived, why on earth would I let you compete in the Chunin exams along with 2 other Jounin level ninja? Asked Mei. Oh come on, other people have done it. Besides, we are ninja, isn't that meant to deal with espionage and deceit? Not to mention, Zabuza told me you guys had to kill each other to become genin. How could your Chunin exams be easier than that? Protested Naruto. Zabuza? How do you know about Zabuza? Asked Ao. Our team came across him on our first mission outside of the village. He was hired to kill the client we were escorting. He also had someone with him who could use ice release, and I've based a lot of my attacks on theirs, said Naruto. What happened to them? Asked Chojuro hopefully, only to frown when Naruto looked away. They both died in the final battle where their client tried to backstab them. Zabuza didn't let that slide though and killed them. But they both died, said Naruto solemnly, looking down at the ground and clenching his fist slightly. What happened to his sword? Asked Mei. We used it as his grave marker, said Naruto. What? You left one of the 7 legendary swords in the middle of nowhere, exclaimed Ao in outrage. Yeah, although now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure I saw one of Sasuke's teammates wielding it. Makes sense, since only our team knew where his grave was, muttered Naruto thoughtfully. In that case, your request to enter the Chunin exams is approved, however, the 3 of you had better hold back, at least until the finals. I don't need the other Kage complaining to me about bias and cheating, said Mei. I mean, we are ninja. But okay, said Naruto. I'm curious though, have you been the one sniffing out our spies and killing them? Asked Mei. Yeah, at first it was just to make sure that no one from Akatsuki was around, but then I kind of just decided to make it a principle. Mist has suffered enough, without opportunists trying to capitalize on a civil war, said Naruto. I see. In any case, I will see to it that the 3 of you have a place to stay until the exams start tomorrow. I suggest the 2 of you wear disguises and transform yourselves. Using your swords is allowed though, as the world thinks Amuri Ringo and Kushimara Korire are dead. If anything, you 2 can pretend to be relatives or trainees of yourselves as well, just as long as you don't reveal who you truly are during these exams, even in the final round," said Mei. "Well, that shouldn't be too hard, I guess. Easier for you, considering you're always wearing a mask," said Amuri. "You as well, with your height, you could easily pass for a prepubescent child," quipped Kushimaru, causing Amuri to growl. "Do those two normally act like that?" asked Chojuro. "All the time. You learn to ignore it after a while," said Naruto. "I'll see to it that arrangements are made for you promptly, but if you are going to be entering the Chunin exams, you'll need this," said Mei, before opening her drawer and throwing a headband at Naruto. "This isn't a new headband, is it?" asked Naruto pensively, looking at it thoughtfully. "No, it is mine. I no longer need it for obvious reasons," said Mei. Naruto looked at Mei for a moment, before giving a small nod and looking back to the headband. Naruto gripped the cool metal and felt a familiar warmth spread through his being. First Irika-sensei, then Granny Tsunade, Yagura, now Mei as well. People keep believing in me and I won't let them down. Believe it, thought Naruto before tying the headband around his head. "Thank you, Lady Mizukage," said Naruto, causing Mei's eye to twitch. "Don't call me that again, ever," said Mei, causing Naruto to laugh. "Don't worry, I hate formalities. I just figured this one time, since you were giving me this headband, I'd show your title at least a little respect. I always wanted to be Hokage after all. But then again, I called the old man, and Granny Tsunade Granny, so I don't really make a habit of it," commented Naruto in amusement. "Amusing. Win the Chunin exams for now and then you can think about becoming Mizukage if you like," said Mei. "Nah, I'd rather you stay Mizukage. Besides, I can have more fun this way while you get stuck behind a desk. But I suppose that can be fun too in the right circumstances. Enjoy the paperwork," said Naruto, before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Ao, Chojuro, Amuri, and Kushimaru quickly followed suit, leaving the frozen Kage, not wanting to stick around for her reaction. "Well, Naruto, I would say it is on, but it was never off to begin with. You may be a little older now, but you are still too young to handle me, but I wouldn't mind seeing you try," thought Mei, her thoughts drifting towards the blonde, who managed to both frustrate and intrigue her with utmost ease. Line break. Sakura, Hinata, Lee, Tenten, Kiba, and Ino, along with Guy and Kurenai, were all gathered in their hotel room, looking at Kakashi expectantly. "What is it?" asked Kakashi. "Kakashi, why did you call that man Naruto?" asked Guy with a stern gaze. "Oh, because that was Naruto," said Kakashi. "You mean to tell us that freaky steroid junkie was Naruto?" exclaimed Kiba in shock. "I wouldn't say freaky. Besides, your clan is the one who takes those pills to power yourselves up," said Naruto, appearing by the window of their room. The group tensed up, with the Jounin preparing to intervene should Naruto attack, but Kakashi didn't bother. "New headband? You didn't have that before," pointed out Kakashi. "You noticed? Yeah, I suppose I'm now officially a genin of the hidden mist. Not for long, hopefully," said Naruto. "What makes you say that?" asked Ino. "Well, I hope to become a Chunin this time around," said Naruto with a sly grin. "Yash, I will get the chance to face Naruto in combat at last. The power of youth will guide me to victory," exclaimed Lee, causing Tenten to sigh. "Really, Lee? Read the room," mumbled Tenten. "Naruto, how can you be a mist ninja? I thought your dream was to become Hokage," asked Sakura. Naruto frowned at this, losing his grin, as he looked up to the roof. "Yeah, I know, but I don't think that's possible anymore," sighed Naruto. What makes you say that, Naruto?" asked Hinata. "Well, in case you guys forgot, I kinda got banished, and as far as I'm aware, I'm still banished. That aside though, I have a new goal, one that is arguably more important than becoming Hokage. I wanted to become Hokage to get people to acknowledge me. But even without being Hokage, at least a few people acknowledge me now. It isn't a lot, but since I can't just take missions with you guys like I could before, I've learned to make do with what I can," said Naruto sadly, causing Kakashi to frown under his mask. "What is your new goal, Naruto?" asked Kakashi. To bring about the destruction of Akatsuki, not just because they are after me, but also because I have a personal grudge to settle with one of them, said Naruto. It isn't Itachi, is it? Asked Kurenai. No, said Naruto. It wouldn't happen to be that strikingly blue man, who felt familiar to me for some reason, even though I can't quite remember how I know him? Questioned Guy. No, the man I am after is the one who instigated the attack on the village just under 2 decades ago. The reason I am what I am today and why the third had to take the hat up again is also because of this person, revealed Naruto, shocking the 3 jounin. There was silence among the group at this, with the genin being puzzled, while the jounin and Naruto were contemplative. I have to ask though, why isn't Sasuke with you guys? Asked Naruto, breaking the silence. Sasuke defected from the village a few months after you were banished, to go and join Orochimaru. Our attempts to retrieve him have been so far unsuccessful, explained Kakashi, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes. So you're saying Sasuke deserted the Leaf and the Leaf is still trying to get him back? Asked Naruto. He didn't defect, he was tricked. Orochimaru brainwashed him, protested Sakura. Lee and Kiba both frowned at this, taking issue with Sakura's statement. Kiba, what happened? Tell me? Demanded Naruto. Kiba bristled at Naruto, ordering him around, and was about to let him have it, only for Akamaru, who was lying beside him, to nudge him slightly and give a small whine. Kiba huffed at this, before obliging Naruto's demand. Sasuke said he was leaving the Leaf for power. He said he didn't care about his friends and only about getting his revenge. A group of us went after him to stop him and had to fight off a bunch of sound ninja in the process. We got pretty badly roughed up from our fights, but all of us survived, which is more than I can say for those sound ninja, said Kiba. Naruto had a stony expression on his face as he absorbed this, before exploding in a puff of smoke. TCH, he could have at least said something before disappearing, grunted Kiba. Line break. Naruto blinked as his memories returned to him, before continuing on his original path. So you came after all, Naruto, said Sasuke, with his eyes closed, alarming his 2 teammates. I see you've got some new friends there with you, said Naruto before looking them over. You even gave one of them Zabuza's sword, added Naruto. It was his condition for joining, stated Sasuke simply. I see you've changed your headband, commented Sasuke, after finally opening his eyes and staring Naruto down, with his coal-black pupils. Why did you leave? Asked Naruto. I wasn't getting any stronger in that village. Without anyone to challenge me, I did what I had to in order to get my revenge, said Sasuke. Yet you're still not strong enough, said Naruto, causing Sasuke to hum in amusement. You left for power, but couldn't even get it? That's not the Sasuke I remember, commented Naruto. Well, you left some time ago, people change after all, said Sasuke. I'm only telling you this once, Sasuke. I'm after someone in Akatsuki and I won't let anyone get in my way. Not even Itachi. If he gets in my way, I'll kill him too. If you really want your revenge, then you better get it soon, especially since Itachi knows the person I am after, said Naruto. You make it sound like you can kill Itachi, stated Sasuke. Unlike you, I can, said Naruto. Whatever you say, loser. If you really want to prove it, why don't you beat me in a fight? Challenged Sasuke. Make to the finals of the Chunin exam and we'll see, said Naruto, before disappearing in a burst of smoke. Sasuke smirked at the challenge of his former friend. We'll see just which one of us is stronger, Naruto, thought Sasuke. Chapter 10 Intel. The assembled genin had arrived at the predetermined location with minimal complaint. At sunrise, each prospective Chunin had received a scroll, indicating the first challenge was to start at noon that day. The teams had quickly assembled and done their routine checks before heading off. Amuri had now transformed into an orange-haired girl and brought her hair into a long ponytail, which hung down her back, reaching just past her waist. In addition to this, she now wore her headband around her waist as a belt and now went by the name of Ichigo Ringo. Kushimaru had modified his appearance quite minimally, having replaced his mask with cloth wrap extending up from his neck with a mist bandana covering his hair. His eyes were covered with 2 eye patches which possessed a single horizontal gap in the center allowing for sight. Lastly, his hair was dyed black and spiked up, with the ninja now going by the name of Krillin Courier. As the group traveled, Naruto admitted to himself that their disguises were reasonable, and since both were claiming to be cousins of themselves, their features which had not been altered could be passed off as family resemblance. The group of gathered genin milled about the area they had been ordered to report to, waiting for someone to arrive and explain the exam. They were currently gathered outside a dark, dreary-looking building. The building was 1 story high and had numerous entranceways all along it. The building was a slate gray with no windows at all, making the structure closely resemble a prison, which the genin would soon find out wasn't all that inaccurate. "Everyone listen up," said Ao, emerging from the building, with the door opening and shutting with a harsh grating noise for both movements. Ao's footsteps on the barren ground were easily heard as stone was crunched underneath, a truly remarkable feat, considering the amount of moisture permeating the mist village. "Your first task is simple: interrogate a prisoner for the location of the next task. The following are the rules you must follow during your interrogation. You must not kill the prisoner. Any questions?" declared Ao, confusing a few of the newer genin. "What are the other rules?" asked a genin from the waterfall village. "That is the only rule. If you would like an explanation of the task, I was getting to that," said Ao, causing the genin to nod. "You will be split up and interrogate 2 separate prisoners between 2 teams. Each prisoner will have knowledge of one location and believe their location is correct, while the other prisoner's knowledge is incorrect. You will need to determine the correct location yourselves. Failure to arrive at the correct location equates to failure. There is no time limit to how long you may interrogate someone for, but you must arrive at the next location by sunset. Any questions?" asked Ao, daring someone to speak up. After a moment of silence, Ao nodded. "In that case, split up among yourselves. Only 1 person per team may interrogate a prisoner. The interrogator may change between interrogations. The doors will open when the exam will start. Choose your doors and neighboring team wisely, because until they finish their first interrogation, you will be unable to do your second," declared Ao, before heading back inside the building, the door shutting behind him with a thud. "I can leave each of these interrogations to the both of you, right?" asked Naruto, getting a nod from his 2 disguised teammates. "Easily," said Kushimaru. "No problem," agreed Amuri, before the 2 started to walk towards a door at the back of the building. "I don't suppose the 2 of you would already know what the trick is here," commented Naruto. "It's hardly a trick. I'm sure you'll get it once we return with our results," said Amuri. "Guess you won't just outright tell me." "Well, that's fine too," sighed Naruto. "I'll go first," said Amuri, to which Kushimaru didn't respond. The remaining genin teams quickly followed suit and made to stand behind a door. Doors were placed in groups of 2 with a large gap between the next group. Aside from the group immediately next to you, the others were quite hard to make out. Seconds after the group of 3 had stopped at a door, the team from Cloud had joined them, occupying the door next to them. The redhead of Cloud seemed to be scrutinizing them suspiciously, particularly Naruto. The lone male of the group pulled out a lollipop and started to suck on it, gazing down in thought. The blonde of the Cloud team was also scrutinizing Naruto with a cold gaze, but after a moment, turned this gaze on the other Mist Ninja, before focusing on the door in front of her, making her way to the front. "Ladies first, I guess," commented Naruto loudly, as Amuri stepped up to her door as well. "Are you saying I'm not a lady?" asked the redhead. Naruto stared at the Cloud Ninja for a while, before shaking his head in dismay. "Honestly, does everyone in Cloud have such a short temper?" questioned Naruto, causing the girl to fume. "Karui, stay calm. If you attack him now, we could be disqualified, which would then make the Raikage angry with us, which could lead to us being stripped of our ninja status and sent off to live as civilians. And I don't know how to farm," said the Cloud male. "Shut up, Omoi, you're overthinking things," exclaimed Karui, causing their 3rd teammate to sigh. "And now you've made Samui sigh, which might lead to her yawning. If Samui starts yawning now, She could fall asleep in her interrogation and get captured by the prisoner, which could then lead to an inter-village conflict, and we'll have to go to war with Mist, commented Omoi, causing Kushimaru to give a high-pitched laugh. If that's the case, you'd better start sharpening that sword. That is, if it isn't just for show, because despite calling these people prisoners, they are likely defectors who were captured. Mist doesn't actually keep prisoners, commented Kushimaru. If you're trying to scare us, it wasn't very effective, commented Omoi. I wasn't, but I imagine if you make it through to the next round, you'll see just how scary we can be, commented Kushimaru. I guess you'd have to be at least a little bit brave to be trained by someone who holds a tailed beast, said Naruto offhandedly. What makes you say that? Asked Omoi. Naruto blinked at this in surprise. You mean you don't worry about training with someone who has enough power to take down a village? Retorted Naruto. No way would Master B do something like that, said Karui, causing Naruto to grin. I guess you three might be something after all then, said Naruto before the doors opened and the two interrogators walked in. What do you mean by that? Asked Omoi once the doors closed. What he means is that you are basically pressed up against a bomb, and if it explodes, you're finished, said Kushimaru. Not exactly what I was saying, but close enough. I know that you must have seen this bee use his tailed beast's powers at least once, added Naruto. Before the two could retort, Amuri's door opened, and she walked out. That was surprisingly fun, said Amuri, grinning widely. So fast. What if she killed the prisoner, so now we can't interrogate them? That would mean they'd be disqualified, but we'd also fail, which would then lead to us becoming sworn enemies with an opponent with a tailed beast. That means Master B would then need to get involved to defend us and would lead to a battle that destroys the battlefield. With Master B outside of Cloud, though, other countries might try to attack Cloud and we would have started a war, rambled Omoi, only for the sound of another door opening to cut him off. Samui exited looking somewhat bored. See, Omoi, you're worried over nothing. Samui was just as fast, said Karui. Speed isn't necessarily a good thing. You can't enjoy the pain if it is over too fast, said Kushimaru, giving his signature laugh and unnerving Omoi. Well, isn't that nice? Looks like you might make it to the second round after all, commented Amuri. You need to cool off, commented Samui softly, staring at the two in mild irritation. So the girl speaks, commented Kushimaru in amusement. Samui looked away from the Miss Chunin hopefuls and started to massage her shoulders. You're surprisingly top-heavy. That must be painful, commented Naruto flatly. Samui narrowed her eyes on the boy, who simply smiled disarmingly. Well, she wouldn't know anything about that, would she? She's almost flatter than our own, commented Kushimaru, comparing Karui to Amuri's transformation. Before Karui could retort, the doors opened again and Kushimaru quickly dashed off, leaving the dark-skinned girl fuming. Omoi made to go to their door, only for Karui to stomp past him and enter the prison herself. This is going to take a while, I think, said Naruto, sitting down with his back against a tree. What makes you say that? Asked Omoi. He likes to take his time, and your teammate probably has some anger to work out, answered Naruto. Amuri jumped up so she was sitting on a branch above Naruto, her legs hanging down. You know, if you were wearing a dress, that'd be a very daring place to sit, commented Naruto looking up. Wouldn't you like that? Wake me when it's time to move on, yawned Amuri, settling down for a nap. What if this is a trick by the enemy, lulling us into a false sense of security? Then if we go to take a nap as well, they kill us in our sleep, started Omoi, only for Naruto to yawn as well. Oh man, you're really overthink things. Don't worry, as long as you aren't here as a spy, you don't have to worry about me cutting your head off, said Naruto, causing Samui's eyes to widen. It's you, accused Samui, eyes staring into Naruto. Oh wow, you must have killer eyes in the bedroom with a look like that, commented Naruto offhandedly, not paying attention to the accusation. You are the one who is killing our spies, said Omoi. I mean, yeah? Wait, do you mean I never figured it out? Asked Naruto in surprise. Why are you in the Chunin exams? Surely with your skill you can't be a genin, accused Samui. I only attended one exam in the past and it got interrupted, so I am a genin rank-wise at least. If you think you can take me down or capture me though, go ahead. I'm sure you'll find I'm not as nice as your master, said Naruto, eyes turning red and pressing an absurd amount of bloodlust upon the two. Omoi and Samui both felt a cold sweat go down their backs, as they felt the presence of not just one, but two demons looming over them, daring them to attack. Samui felt her breath catch in her throat, and Omoi bit down on his lollipop stick so hard it almost snapped in two. The tension seemed to build and swell around the two, before the sound of a door opening caused it to cut off abruptly. We need stronger ninja next time. I only skewered them 5 times and they spilled their guts. Not literally though, said Kushimaru, seeing Naruto's raised eyebrow. Here I thought I'd actually get some decent rest, grumbled Amuri, as she opened her eyes and dropped down beside the seated Naruto. Well, I'm sure we won't be busy for much longer, said Naruto, before the trio vanished without a trace, seemingly fading from existence. How's that? Exclaimed Karui as she exited the prison. You're late, they already left, said Omoi, causing Karui to growl. Let's go, we can talk on the way, said Samui, before the group headed off at a sedate pace. Line break. So they both told you a different place like Ao said Naruto, once Amuri and Kushimaru revealed the results of their interrogation. Well, I guess that is that then, but just in case, said Naruto before making 6 clones, 4 of which looked like his teammates' transformations. Shall we? Said Naruto before the group headed off. Are you sure this is a wise idea, Kiba? Asked Lee, standing from their hiding spot a few hundred meters back. Of course, something is up with this test and Naruto too. Now let's go, said Kiba as he followed the group. What is your assessment of the situation, Hinata? Asked Lee. Well, there are groups of people heading to the 2 locations we managed to learn about, but a smaller group heading in a direction in between them, and it seems Naruto and his team are taking a similar path, answered Hinata, Jujutsu activated and scouting ahead. Yash, then let us follow after Kiba, said Lee quietly, to which Hinata nodded. Line break. Sakura, are you sure this is a good idea? Asked Ino. Just trust me, I'm pretty sure I know where to go, but I'm sure Sasuke would know as well, so following after him is just confirmation of my theory, said Sakura analytically. On the off chance that there is a quota for the number of participants allowed to progress, is it really the best option to follow someone if you know the goal? Asked Tenten. I'm almost sure it'll be fine. Besides, this is also reconnaissance of future potential opponents, said Sakura. Well, I suppose that's true to some extent, said Ino, observing the 2 other members of Sasuke's team. Line break. So Sasuke, why are we letting those 3 follow us? Asked Suigetsu. Does a lion bother themselves with flies around his head? They won't make a difference to the outcome of things, said Sasuke. Exactly, Suigetsu. None of them are a match for Sasuke, added Karen in irritation. They aren't a match for me either, but I'm not worried about them attacking. I don't like doing nothing when I could be thinning out the competition, commented Suigetsu. Line break. Naruto and his group arrived at their location, noting that there were already a few teams there. This is because you took your time playing, said Amuri, looking at Kushimaru. Still worth it, said Kushimaru uncaringly. Naruto looked around and noticed the team from Waterfall with the genin who had asked a question earlier was around, as well as a team from Mist that Naruto didn't recognize who looked quite young. Given they were the only 9 people there currently, Naruto took the time to survey the other 2 groups closely and studied them. The Mist team all carried swords and seemed to be rather confident. One of the 3 looked significantly older than the other 2 and Naruto suspected that he had carried out the interrogations, give the scent of blood on his clothes. Switching over to the Waterfall team, Naruto noticed a contrast with the Mist team. There seemed to be 2 senior genin on this team with a younger one between them. The 2 older genin also had appeared to have done their respective interrogations and possessed rather large chakra pools. Unlikely to be genin. So why would Jounin be sent to the Chunin exams? thought Naruto before he focused on the last genin. The genin looked rather androgynous but seemed to be dressed like a girl. Naruto's experience with Haku taught him to be doubting of appearances though, so he continued to analyze the person further. They had mint green hair and orange eyes with a matching hair clip. Their other accessories were their waterfall headband tied around their right bicep and a large container hidden in red wrapping on their back. The rest of their outfit was unremarkable, made up of fishnet and white garments. 2 teams from Mist. I guess that's to be expected, commented Amuri. Naruto agreed with this assessment and decided that for now he would wait for other teams to arrive. The group moved over to a large maple tree, with Naruto jumping up to lie down against a branch. Kushimaru leant against the trunk of the tree while Amuri followed suit and jumped up to another branch on the opposite side to where Naruto was situated. Naruto had barely put his head down for a minute when he felt someone join him on his branch, surprisingly not disrupting the tree at all. "Hi there. I'm Fu, wanna be my friend?" asked the waterfall ninja, squatting down on the branch in front of Naruto. "Before I answer that, I have a question of my own. Are you a boy? Or are you a girl?" asked Naruto seriously. "I'm a girl," answered Fu. "I see. Okay. I'll be your friend," said Naruto after a moment. "Yay. I was worried there for a minute. What would you have done if I said I was a boy?" asked Fu curiously. "Probably still said the same thing, I just wasn't sure," admitted Naruto. That's cool. I'm just happy to have a friend now," revealed Fu, sitting against the branch now, looking across at Naruto. "Am I your first friend?" asked Naruto. Maybe, but Shibuki is really nice to me as well," said Fu. "Shibuki, waterfall, oh that's right, I remember him. Drinking that hero water took guts," commented Naruto. "You know Shibuki too? How cool. I didn't think anyone from here would know about Shibuki," commented Fu. "Well, I'm not originally from here. Anyway, really early on in my genin days we had a mission to protect him," said Naruto. "That's so cool. I wish I got to have a cool mission like that," commented Fu. "What do you mean, what kind of missions have you done then?" asked Naruto, remembering a set number of missions needed to be done for a person to enter the Chunin exams. "They're all secret. I can't tell anyone about them," winked Fu, confusing Naruto. "That's okay, everyone gets to keep secrets. So how are things in Waterfall?" asked Naruto. I don't know, good I think," admitted Fu, surprising Naruto. "What do you mean, you think? You know Shibuki. Isn't he keeping you in the loop of what happens in the village?" asked Naruto.